Not sure when we're going to do it, but at some point, we are going to open these 101 chests that I got from the showcase this weekend. I top 4'd the standard showcase, which was really exciting. I do have a video of that, which I'll be uploading to the YouTube channel and our other social media outlets soon. I want to get the video edited. It's an 11-hour long video right now, and there's a fair amount of dead air, so we're going to get that edited. So we're hoping to have that up this week. You can check it out if you're interested in watching my standard showcase run. But today we are going to focus on Modern. And again, for the recording, sorry I started it a little late, we're playing Boros Ring today. We've been playing a lot of Rakdos Ring. I think this deck should be sweet. We've got an Ephemerate Evoke Creature package, which should be good. Sword of Light and Shadow, Batter Skull, and Cauldra with Stoneforge. The life gain should be pretty good with the One Ring, is kind of my thinking at least, so hopefully that will work out. Direfleet Daredevil I think is pretty good into Cascade decks. We're just going to see what happens. I mean, this is going to be a fun one. Okay, we've got Ragavan, Blood Moon, Stoneforge Mystic. I mean, I'm into this. This is, jeez, dude, what is up with the... Why does that keep happening? It keeps locking. Alright, well, this hand's a keep. A little awkward to have 2 Blood Moons, both of my main deck Blood Moons in the opener. Let's pray that it's good, but we do get to potentially just play it on turn 2. We have a Stoneforge on turn 2 option as well. Let's kind of see what happens here. Hopefully our opponent's hand isn't too busted. Or hopefully they're playing like Amulet or Tron and I just get to turn 2 Blood Moon them. That would not be too bad. So if we were playing Rakdos, this would either be a Bowmaster or a Dauthi probably. It's kind of interesting to think about that. May or may not be better, depending. All right. Okay. Another monkey, huh? Alright, combat. I mean, I don't know what my opponent's playing, but a Blood Moon probably makes sense. Okay, so they're playing a ring deck. A little unfortunate I can't cast that, but... I don't know, I could also just Stoneforge here. There's definitely an argument to just like Stoneforge and probably go get Cauldra. Not casting it anytime super soon, but I don't know. The Blood Moon is really tempting because this might just be 4 color if we hit a ring. It probably is 4 colors, so I bet you Blood Moon's gonna be pretty annoying for them. I'm actually gonna moon them. Let's just turn 2 Blood Moon our opponent and see if they can beat it. It doesn't really hurt me at all. We've already got the one of Plains. We have a Ragavan in play. Cycling a... Oh, interesting. Okay. So they're probably playing Seismic Assault, is my guess. I'm guessing that they're on Seismic. See if I'm correct in that assumption. Combat. Attack. Maybe I can hit the ring again and actually cast it this time. How nice would that be? Foothills. Alright. Unlucky. I wonder if I just go get Batter Skull. Cauldra is like a little risky, but I don't know. They clearly don't have an answer to the Ragavan. I'm just going to go get Cauldra. If they had an answer, they would have dealt with a Ragavan by now. And I assume a Kaldra against green-red deck is just backbreaking. We're also, like, not that far from just hard casting the Kaldra, which is kind of hilarious. Maybe opponent has a Boseiju here for the Blood Moon, but then they're just ramping me to Kaldra. Like, that's not even that bad for me at all. And I have another Moon anyway. Alright, sure. I'll go get a Sacred Foundry. Maybe I should get a basic Plains, because I plan on Blood Mooning again. I'm actually going to get another basic Plains. This is hilarious. Go ahead. Yep. Sure. Oh, opponent, you're getting Blood Mooned again, pal. You are getting Blood Mooned again. That is... I don't even care, to be honest. I don't even care about this at all. That's hilarious. What did they even name? Stoneforge Mystic? Sure, I mean, I can literally hardcast this thing this turn. So it's really not even that bad. Loam. Okay, well, I'm going to Blood Moon them again. Very easy, attack you for 3 Blood Moon. I think. I could cast Kaldra. I mean, that is a real thing here. But I don't really want them one-ringing Arboreal Grazer. Alright, I will choose to not cast that. Yeah, I'm just gonna get a basic Plains, probably. And then Blood Moon again. And Kaldra them next turn. I really don't want them to get a construct. They can Boseiju the Blood Moon again, but they're just ramping me and thinning my deck. Like, I'm totally fine with that. Like I said, not gonna play the Grazer here. No reason for that. Next turn, I just get to hardcast Kaldra and bash them for 5, 6, 7, 8 to put them to 4. Opponent, I think, is probably going to Boseiju the Moon again, but they're just ramping me. Like, I just don't care at all. I could bolt them here as well, but I think I'm going to wait, just so they don't know that they're getting bolted. They only get protection for a turn. Alright, that can go get, like, a Sword of Light and Shadow or a Batterskull at some point here. Seems kind of real. Do this. Let's go ahead and... Kaldra completed the hard way. Just 7 mana. Thanks, Ragavan. Treasures are good. Combat. I don't think a green-red deck can beat this card. I'm trying to figure it out, and I can't think of any way that they're going to beat this in play, but we'll find out, I guess. Hit you for a lot. Yep. Grove, you got it. Okay, I feel like I'm getting Boseiju'd. Okay. Did they even, I think they have a Boseiju in hand? I don't even know. It's so irrelevant. They could ring here and I guess buy a turn, but I have a bolt, so if they tap the ring for a card on their upkeep, I will bolt them and they will die to the ring. Which I think is probably what's going to happen here. Oh, Elvish Reclaimer. Alright, well, I'm just getting to see more of their deck, so that's cool. Dig that. Seismic Assault. Yeah, I figured they were a Seismic Assault deck. That doesn't surprise me at all. They still just cannot beat this card. Okay. Okay. I attack them for 5, and then I bolt them and they lose. Bolt you. And attack you, kill you. Could bolt them again, but not really necessary. Alright. Well, that was fun. Alright, so Sword of Fire and Ice. Probably pretty good here. Rest in Peace. Probably pretty good here. The Palantir of Orthonac is interesting to me, too. I kind of think these... Blood Moon might be interesting, too. I don't know. The funny thing is, they might also be a Blood Moon deck. They are a Saga deck, and I do like just having good answers to Saga. So I probably do want Moon. So these 7 should probably come in. Darfleet Daredevil ain't it here. Solitude didn't seem super necessary. I think Fury is good enough. We're the Pioneer. We can maybe play Pioneer later this afternoon, but I'm playing the prelim right now. What else? What else? What else? Blood Moon. Rip, rip, rip. Oh. Sword of Fire and Ice probably better than Sword of Light and Shadow, so I'm just going to cut the Sword of Light and Shadow. I think I still want Batterskull. Is a Palantir actually good here? Typically, I want Palantir in the matchups where I have Solitude and Fury and keep all my equipment because I can just randomly flip 2 5-drops and 10 my opponent. I think I'm not going to bring this in here. It's a little less good. They're also like... I mean, the Besejus in their deck are kind of stretched, so I kind of just want a bunch of good artifacts and enchantments, probably. Maybe the Ephemerates are a little loose. What if I just have 2 less Ephemerate? I want to be able to answer their Reclaimers, so I think I still want all these. I still want all the Furies. Maybe the Ephemerate stuff is a little less necessary. I'm going to maybe try this. Thank you very much. Appreciate. Hey, Derek Davis. How you doing, man? Thanks. Appreciate it. Bubble Tea, I'll have to check that out later. I'm sure it is. Well, this hand is fine, I guess. Not the most exciting, but, I mean, if they have an answer to the monkey... Trying to beat it. It's a little worrisome. Ooh, Grazer. What's a little worrisome is my deck can't really... Blast Zone, sure. My deck can't really deal with artifacts and enchantments very well. Which is kind of how I built the deck. I mean, I could play, obviously, like, Wear Tear could be a good card that isn't in my 75. So maybe a little bit of a mistake on my part, not having good answers to artifacts and enchantments in this build. So I could play a bunch of other things. I mean, being in white, we have plenty of options to blow up artifacts and enchantments. It's a pretty easy Fetch Shock Monkey still. Unfortunately, their monkey's a little better than my monkey at the moment, but what are you going to do? Okay. Really need a burn spell. Looks like they're missing lands, so they kept it on the back. Oh my gosh. What a rip. So I think I attack with monkey, and then they'll block with their Grazer, and then I can just kill both their things. And that seems kind of incredible. And if they trade here... It's no big deal either. But I can't imagine they block with Reclaimer being stuck on 2 lands. They probably want this to live. Yep. And now I'll Fury both their creatures, discarding the other monkey. playing this. Kill both your things. 2/2, I guess, works. Bang, bang. Get those out of my way. Pass turn. Yep, go. Watch it off stream? Alright, Bubble Tea. Holy moly. You're wild, Bubble. You are absolutely wild. Aw, Elvish Reclaimer number 2. That sucks. Alright. How about a Blood Moon right now? That would be pretty spectacular. I'm gonna get one of these. I'm gonna attack and... Ooh, that's kind of gas, actually. Combat, attack. I'm gonna attack and then just play a Fable. I assume they don't block, but maybe they do. I don't know. Sure. Works for me. Fable of the Beer Breaker. Your turn. The question's going to become, what do I discard here? It's kind of hard to tell what's good and what isn't. I don't think Rip is particularly good at all. Okay. Rip is going. And I think Sword of Fire and Ice, because they're going to have constructs, should go too. I want the Batterskull because Batterskull with the one ring is just awesome, obviously. I don't know, maybe I keep the sword too, but it seems kind of unnecessary. Rip is certainly unnecessary. I don't know, maybe just sorting this up is good enough. They just have to like keep chump blocking. It's kind of embarrassing. But I really want to draw a land here. They're going to probably go get... I don't know what they're going to go get on the Saga. Probably Pithing Needle, I guess. Name the One Ring if I play the One Ring. But if I don't play the One... So I don't think I even want to play the One Ring this turn. They could name Sword as well. I'm just getting rid of Sword here. Alright, that's actually kind of gas. We'll be hard casting that in no time if this Goblin gets to keep rumbling on in. I'm going to Batterskull first here. Like I said, I really don't want my opponent to... I want to be able to gain life. Consider, thank you very much, appreciate it. No, Bubble Tea, I really cannot imagine that. Well, I can imagine it, and it's not great, so... Alright, they make another body. I wonder if there's any world where I should have brought in EE to deal with construct tokens. Haywire Might. It's kind of rude. The good news is I have the One Ring. The bad news is they get to Haywire Might me. Alright, well, Haywire Might is very good against my deck, turns out. Alright, well... We get to follow up with a ring. Get to attack. Not too awful. That is true, yeah. That is very true, Derek. And at least I have a ring. I mean, ring's going to dig us pretty deep here. That's pretty good. Maybe I'm still not going to ring. Who knows? Combat attack. There's a world where they don't block here, too. I mean, they probably block, but if they have, like, an artifact, they would maybe try and get a little greedy here and not block, and then they can just Fury kill both their things. But I'm also very happy to just play the ring here. Okay, cool. I'm just going to play the ring and get that started, I believe. Don't really like this Fury. Can get more off this Fury. I'd like to start drawing cards. They could... Like, I'm just a few lands away from being able to get the Cauldron into play, which I think is real. I have protection. Let's draw a card. Not terrible. Go. Do I actually cast that? I might cast the monkey here. Probably. What are the odds I don't hit a 5th land in 3 tries? I get draw step and tap the ring to activate. I'm super tempted to just put it into play. But I am trying to build up mana for this Cauldron, so... Fury, copy Fury next turn. Yeah, Derek, I mean that... Yeah, so you're saying just don't play the Ragavan. Alright, yeah, that's probably a good point. What I'm expecting here is that they didn't have a red source for like 4 turns. I'm assuming that they have a Bolt or a Flame Slash to deal with the Reflection. But maybe that's a poor assumption, but that's kind of my guess. In any case, that's probably a good point. I won't use the treasure. We always could dash. Yeah, Derek, they're playing Seismic Assault. I don't know what exactly that means other than... Okay. A Wrenn, sure. It's fine, we can deal with that. So they get a Saga back. Uh-huh. Yeah, so I mean, if we draw an untapped land here, this game is just very nearly over. I just kill everything. They have no red mana now. Open. No green mana either. I mean, I doubt they're playing Dismember. So, do this, draw 2 more cards. Jeez, dude. It's kind of annoying. I don't know. I mean, I guess this is fine. I can, like, Stoneforge. I actually have no equipment to get anymore. It's super awkward. Oh, you know what I can do? I can Stoneforge, copy Stoneforge. That one has haste, put in the Cauldron. I don't know if that's better than Fury, but that's kind of awesome. That interaction is pretty cool. Man, we have tons of options here. I'll tell you what. This is an interesting turn, to say the least. Cast Fury, kill your construct, 3 your Wrenn, attack your Wrenn is probably right. I want the Fury in play, certainly. So I think that makes sense. We have to be a little mindful of our life total now, too. So we do want to kill them as quick as possible. I don't know, the Cauldron play is interesting to me, too. Getting this into play seems quite nice. Puts them under a lot of pressure. Tough. Tough, tough, tough. No preordained today? Yeah, no preordained today for me. Being boring. Another line I have, this is kind of interesting, is I could dash monkey, evoke this, copy this. I feel like I want to save this. This isn't boring. Yeah, no, this is... Could evoke Fury, copy, and dash monkey. Yeah, Derek, I'm thinking through that too. It's another pretty interesting path here. We have 3 more Furies to draw too. I get to see the top 4 cards in my deck. I mean, we're basically, if they don't deal with the ring, I'm going to see the next 10 cards in my deck in the next 2 turns. We can probably find another... Yeah, that's kind of hot. All right, you're probably right. That's probably the line. Okay, so exile a monkey. Click evoke to resolve the evoke last, right? So do this. Do this. Alright. It's 1-3. We'll just deal 3-1. Alright, we get to do that. This now dies, which is fine. Dash the monkey. What's kind of cool about this, too, is I could randomly hit their Fable. Or imagine if I hit a Seismic Assault. Like, I would absolutely cast a Seismic Assault with a ring. That's kind of insane. Every land I draw is just a shock. Okay, we hit a Ghost Quarter. I'm fine with them missing lands, to be honest. This is okay. I actually think I just probably want to play a Fable, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I kind of like Fable too, Derek. More mana. More mana, more cards. Hard to be upset about that. Oh, 2 hit. The monkey comes back. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Fable. Okay. And a Grazer. Which may or may not have a land to put in. They do have a land to put in. Nope, they don't. Okay. Sure. Alright. I'm going to activate the One Ring right now so I get a better Fable here. Oh, another Fury. Look at that. So if I go Fury, Clone Fury, Dash Monkey, they go to 2. That's got to be the play, right? Just kill their entire board, put them to 2, and then a Bolt is lethal. Alright. Pitch Vantage, pitch Monkey. Or, not Monkey, Rip. Oh, another ring. How nice. Just in case we don't get there. Oh, I guess I can't Dash Monkey and evoke this. Do I just not evoke? What if I just hard cast? Is that real? Thanks, Derek. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I just thought of it this morning. So hopefully it pans out for us. Oh, yeah, I mean, I get a mana to clone this, which has got to be good. So I guess I just do this. Boros Stoneblade? Yeah, kind of. Not there. Attack here. I've been calling it Boros Ring, but... Okay, do this, pass turn. On their end step, I can make another Fury. I mean, they're in big trouble. They probably get a Haywire Might here, I guess. Like... That, I don't know if that does enough. That may be what they get, but we'll see. I don't know. They definitely have outs. They have a lot of things they could do. Yeah, Derek. I think, yeah, obviously there's... Okay, maybe they're going to needle the reflection. I mean, they have to name the One Ring, right? Yeah. Okay, they could Fury me here. Fury'd suck. Yep, I think that's what's going to happen. Oh, Brotherhood's End? What the hell? Alright, that's pretty nasty. Yikes. Well, I can just cast Cauldron Complete this turn, which may be what I do. Loam. Okay. Flip this. I think I just have to cast Cauldron and put them under an insane amount of pressure, and then next turn I can ring. I am in a little bit of danger, but they only have Saga in hand, so they have to have, like, exactly Bolt Bolt to win this game. Alright, cast this. Who would have guessed that I'd be just hard casting Cauldras in both these games, but that is what this has come to. So me just hard casting Cauldra 2 games in a row. Kind of unreal. Not how I expected today to go. Again, maybe a hard one for red-green to deal with, but they could have more Haywire nonsense, so... That's true, we also hardcast Batterskull this game, yeah. So funny. Alright, well, you got it. Seismic Assault, okay. They've established combo, but they might just be out of... Now I just dash this, they're dead. Yeah, the game's over. All right, we're 1-0 in the prelim, baby. Let's go. Rakdos Ring. So sick. So sick. All right, I need to take this draw step off. Dash this. What an absolute meme. I really just hope that Direfleet Daredevil does something cool today. I think that card makes sense, though, in this format. I really do. Almost everybody has great things I can flash back. All right. Well, that's a really good start. I'll be right back, everybody. I'm going to go grab some breakfast, fill up my water, and we'll be back in a moment. I'll put the deck list up for those that haven't gotten a good look at it yet. It's also on the Cardboard Live if you just do !deck in chat. But this is what we're doing today. There's a Cauldron Complete off to the side here, and then sideboard. Pretty usual suspects here. Chalice, EE, Third Solitude. I'm trying a Palantir of Orthonac. I think Palantir is really good against Scam specifically when I have all my Solitudes, all my Furies, my Cauldron, my Batterskull. If they make me mill cards, I can just deal them an asinine amount of damage, which I think is probably pretty good, but I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Yeah, Ectoplasm, I did actually look at Samwise, but there are a lot of problems with Samwise, in my opinion. I just don't think you generate enough off of him. Also dies to Bowmaster. Like, Direfleet dies to Bowmaster, but I can set up a 2-for-1 on the card, like, all the time, right? Like, and it pitches to Fury, and I think that's better than pitching to Solitude. A turn 1 Fury is a lot better than a turn 1 Solitude, you know? So, if I'm doing the scam thing, I would like to do it on Fury, not Solitude. This can just randomly beat people sometimes. A turn 1 4/4 double strike, obviously, but you gotta know. That was kind of my thinking. Alright. Well, we've got some time. I suppose we'll do some Pioneer on Arena. Convoke some people as we usually do between rounds. Should really build mono white too. That'd be another good one. Just play quick games. Mono red. Just something fast. But I think Convoke's about as quick as it gets, so we're gonna do that. Just a hyper aggro deck. Full screen this. Actually, hold on one sec before I full screen this. Let's see, how much time do we have left here? 3 matches. Could take who knows how long. If it's anything like the standard showcase was this weekend, it's going to be another 20 minutes, but probably not. Modern's a little quicker than the other formats typically. Not Esper. Fine match. Not playing standard anymore, although I loved standard, man. This is a fun standard format. I like it. I'm biased. I like mid-range mirrors, but alright, Explorer ranked. And Convoke. Bang. Best of 3. Good, honestly, best of 1 might be the best way to do it, but dude, yeah, the Esper deck was awesome, man. It's funny, I was going to play blue-black. On, like, Thursday, I decided I was going to play the event, so I started testing. I ran into Mogged in my first match, and he smoked me with Esper. And then I lost to another Esper player in the league, and I was like, okay, I think blue-black's just not good against Esper, or at least, you know, not as good as you want to be. Like, blue-black's just a good deck, so it's, like, pretty good into everything, but Esper did feel favored to me, and I did beat the guy I lost to in the semis. I beat in round 1, and our match was really close. I lost in game 3. I flooded pretty hard. I think I played game 3 well. I certainly didn't play the entire event as well as I would have liked to, but I think I played that round very well and just lost. I think I just got beat. This hand kind of sucks. I'm not a fan of this. We're going to mull. It's a little too many Convoke guys. Yeah, we'll try this, I guess. It's a weird hand. It's leaning really hard into Clarion Spirit, but I think I am going to keep it and just bottom a land. Exactly, Derek. Yeah, Edgar was huge for me. Like all weekend, it was super good. It was really good into Esper control. Transmog was really good too, actually. I'm happy I played that instead of Tenacious. Tenacious would have been much worse in that event. One of my opponents played Transmog against me too. It was quite good on against my 0 basic deck. I actually brought in Temp Lockdown against Mono Black midrange because they were on Transmog, which was kind of funny. Alright, I'm going to attack and I guess play a Clarion, and next turn I can play Clarion Thraben. Fully expect this to get answered in some way. Either a burn spell or make Disappear, so it's a burn spell. Oh, Impulse. Okay, so they're playing Worm Creativity more than likely. Convoker would be a pretty good draw right now. Well, that was a gorgeous draw. Yeah, Derek, I agree. All right, so how do we want to play this? They could have a make disappear, which is kind of what I'm expecting, but I'm still just going to do this. They make disappear it. I cast Raven still. We'll get some good value. Okay, I mean, that is equally as annoying, but I still think this is a pretty good turn for us. Sure. Pretty good turn for them, too. All things considered. I mean, I could just be dead to combo. I could leave up Giant Killer for it. Maybe I should. It's still just so hard to beat the 3/5/5s, though. I don't even know if it's worth leaving it up. They're probably going to big score. Oh, Derek. I didn't think of that, but you're right. That may have been right, yeah, because actually Giant killing it is kind of useless. Yeah, that's a sweet line. One that I wish I would have thought of as well. Huh. Well, now that we're here, I wonder if I just go cast Giant Killer, cast Loxodon, counters on everything, try to kill them next turn, and hope they don't kill me. I think that probably makes sense. I don't believe I'm going to beat 3/5/5s. Could pop the clue here too, I guess. Let's see if I can hit another 1-drop. Okay. Kind of expecting to die here, but we'll see what happens. Do not like my odds. Okay. Yep, that's kind of what I expected. And I die? Probably. Yep. Yep. No blocks. I'm dead. All right, well. Could have played that a little better. But that's all right. Thalia's. I don't really think Leosaur is it in this matchup. Unbreakable Formation seems kind of real to me. I like Landing. I don't love it, but it's okay. Ornithopter kind of sucks. I believe I'm just going to cut the Landing. I don't really like that very much here. Excuse me. play first. Nope, that ain't it. This hand's really not particularly good either. I think I'm gonna mulligan. Ooh, okay. Down to 4 we go. Alright. I'm certainly bottoming a land. It's pretty obvious, I think. Actually, it's supposed to be a den. It's probably supposed to be a den. It's super weird, but I think it's a den here. Jeez, oh Pete's, dude. I guess it's like... I don't even know. I'm so low resource that maybe I'm supposed to get rid of this, and what if I just get uber greedy and just like get rid of a land and pray that I top deck land into like a Convoker? Might be the only chance I have. It's just be super greedy. I mean, I'm down to 4 cards, so I think I'm gonna do this. It's a pretty moot argument. I'm sure I'm almost certainly dead no matter what I keep, but I think this probably has the highest upside. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I still stand by it, I think. Okay. Well, I mean, maybe. Maybe there's a chance. Very unlikely, but you never know. Surely, them discarding big score land is good for me. I'm not going to block. Yeah, that's about what I expected there. All right, let's just move on. Oh, right on time. Back to Modern we go. That's true. I mean, we'll take it. All right, so we're playing against Falcon. Falcon 6 days ago was on Demir control. I think usually a more mid-range gamer. This hand's probably fine. It's not, like, great, but this is kind of a spell. I've got a 1-2. Let's try it. a pretty bad habit of opening hands with an equipment in my hand. All right, Flood Strand. So probably Dimir, but... All right. Well, we're going to be able to get all our equipments this game. I could fetch Shock in the deck, but that's probably wrong here. I think I'm just going to play Vantage. Because I could always play a Blood Moon later, and then I would want a basic Plains, certainly. Maybe even 2 basic Plains. Probably not, but possibly. Consider, sure. Bin's another consider. Don't Bowmaster me, please. Yep. It's kind of cool. Don't Bowmaster me, please. Wow, we're not getting Bowmastered. Holy smokes. Okay. Looted Delta. Okay, I'm gonna go get basic Plains off this and play Stoneforge. I assume it's gonna maybe eat a counter spell. But that's okay. Yep. Yep. Well, that's kind of good. Combat, attack. Okay. Give me a good one. Do I just cast a draw 3 here? Kind of want to, I'm not going to lie. Makes pretty good sense to me. That's true too, Derek. I didn't even think about that, but that's hilarious, actually. So, I feel like they have a counterspell. The question is, like, what do we want to play into that? I don't hate casting the Divination here. It's not the best thing in the world, but I think it's probably good enough. Let's fetch basic Mountain, cast Divination. They likely counter it still. But I think it makes sense. I don't know. Tough turn. Dire Fleet's a lot better into... Maybe I just double spell. Maybe I just Dire Fleet, target their Consider. They probably would counter the Dire Fleet, and then I can slam another Stoneforge with Ephemerate up. I think that makes sense. I'm going to Dire Fleet, target Consider. This makes a Murktide considerably worse, too. Yep. Yep. Well, we've gotten through a couple counter spells. I mean, their keep makes a lot more sense now. I assume there will be a Murktide incoming very soon. Like, maybe even next turn soon. Okay, Mountain. Definitely grabbing Cauldra here. Okay, so opponent is likely just on normal Murktide. I know that Twinless Twin did really well in the challenge with this, so this makes sense. People are probably going to start playing this deck a lot more. Pygante's been doing really well with it still, too. Turns out Murktide's still good. Okay, nice. Opponent not a fan, I guess. Alright, Sanctifiers, Rips, Solitude. Sort of pro your deck. Palantir. Alright, what do I not like? I honestly think the Ephemerate stuff is kind of nonsense here. I'm going to cut the Ephemerates. Blood Moon sucks. Sorry, Bubble Tea. Alright. Banner Skull might be a little cute. Sort of like Shadow should go, especially with all the rips. Excuse me, just replacing that with Sword of Fire and Ice here. Direfleet Daredevil gets a lot worse if I draw Rest in Peace. So maybe I'm supposed to cut these. I think Batter Skull is maybe this is too many Furies. I'm actually going to trim on Fury. It's like good, but it's not that good. Especially if I'm off the Ephemerate plan. I think 2 might be the right number. Maybe just go down to 1 Direfleet. You try something like this. This kind of makes sense to me. I'm gonna try it. See what happens. Looks good to me. No monkey's a nice start. And I do have a monkey. They probably have an answer to it, but I may as well get it out of their hand. We've got a lot of other good things over here, so. Pass this bad boy. Go ahead. Yep. So opponent obviously could have counterspell. I wonder if I'm supposed to just play Stoneforge. Maybe I just make them have it, though. This is a little bit better into dress down. Not much, because they can just end step dress down and then kill this with a red card. I'm going to do the Stoneforge, hoping that they counterspell this. Go get Sword of Pro their deck. Okay. It's interesting timing on that, but Sword of Pro your deck. Go. Really would like a land here. I can jam this Fable. Ice. Alright, I still would like a land. Thank you, deck. Probably don't want to take a damage. They just get planes. Sanctifier. Hopefully they don't have Stern Scolding. No way, dude. Okay. Alright, sure. Sure. Go ahead. Not many bad draws anymore. Which is good. I could jam a ring, potentially. I kind of think Fable's what I should jam. Attacking here is a little awkward if they have Ragavan. I still think I want to start pressuring, though. Could just play Sword. This is something they really need to respect. Like, they might have to just counter this if they have one. But I'd kind of like to be able to play and equip if I find a land. Yeah, I think I'm just going to play a Fable. play this, play Fable. It's like a must counter, I'd assume. Okay. Sure. Go. Probably not going to fetch here because I really want to draw a land.
Actually, getting an instant online offer to sell your car to CarMax isn't magic. It's a real offer you can get in under 2 minutes.
That was... Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, we're trying. We got a pretty cool one here today. Pretty cool deck. That's not a bad one. I do think I'm just going to jam Sword. They, again, like, have to counter this pretty much. Okay. Combat. Attack. Honestly, I might actually not attack now. I don't think they play Shark Typhoon, but they could, and I really don't want them to monkey hit me. So I think it's actually just worth not even attacking now, and just passing. As wild as that is. What if they're gonna, like, Archmage's Charm, draw 2 here? I feel like they would have countered the Sword, but maybe not. Hard to say. No way! I played around it. Let's go! I wondered if they would have Typhoon randomly in their deck. That's so funny. It doesn't even make sense, like, in Murktide at all, but they have it, so there it is. EE on 2. Oh, a Murktide. Alright. Skill game, yeah. Yeah, that was pretty nice. That was a very nice read there. The question now is going to become, what matters the most? The Ring or the Solitude? Probably the Solitude. Six is pretty big. Probably just... Ring has to be good, right? I assume they counter it, and then we just Solitude the Murktide, hit them for 2, untap. I don't know, this is a pretty close spot still. I think I'm gonna ring. Okay. That's pretty sick. What if that resolving means they don't have a counterspell? Uncertain what it means, to be honest, but I cannot believe they have Shark Typhoon in their Murktide deck. That's unreal. I also can't believe I kind of sniffed it out. I don't remember if I said Shark Typhoon, but I was thinking about it when they had 5 open mana. I definitely said I didn't want them to hit me with Ragavan, but I did have Typhoon on my radar. Just kind of wild. It's just a card that nobody plays in Murktide. It's absurd that it's in their deck. But, alright, what to do, what to do. I think I just pass, more than likely. If they, like, cast... If they cast any sort of manipulation spell, I'm going to Solitude them. And see if it works. They did tank on my ring, so I just wonder if they have something, you know? It's hard to know for sure. I'll take a damage, and I'll draw 2 more cards. Okay, another ring. Interesting. Kind of like just casting another ring. And maybe like putting a monkey in. Get basic mountain, play monkey. I don't even have to tap this ring anymore. I feel like I have enough cards right now that I should be able to find a way to win this game. Maybe I should do the Solitude play first and see if this happens. Huh. Kinda like that, I guess. I'm gonna do this first. Okay. No tricks there is pretty nice. I wonder if that means they don't have a counter. It's kind of what I feel like it means. I wonder if that means I should just go play another ring, get a mountain, play monkey, go. Could also equip, attack. It's tough. They may just have nothing. I'm actually going to ring. Maybe not. What if I just... I guess I can just equip and Fable? 3, 4, 5. I mean, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage I'm going to take. If they just have a hand of bolts, I might die. But I might die to that anyway, I guess. So, how many bolts have they seen? They've already seen 2 bolts. They'd have to have their last 2 bolts. I guess I'm just going to equip. And then probably just play a Fable. They could have like a Force and Negation. Unlikely, but certainly possible. They could just have second Shark Typhoon, I guess, too. How disgusting would that be? Flame of Anor? Not gonna lie, I forgot they could blow up artifacts. That is so gross. Are they like... I wonder if this isn't even Murktide. Are they like playing Blue Moon? We haven't seen a Darcy or a Monkey or like anything. Huh. Yeah, I think they're actually not playing Murktide. I think this is like a Blue Moon deck. I'm just gonna cast this, I guess, and then play this tapped. That's really interesting, but I'm pretty sure this is like Blue Moon. They have Archmage's Charm, Flame of Anor, Shark Typhoon, like... Oh, okay, I didn't see that deck. Yeah, it probably is just that, then. That makes sense. Was not aware that was a thing. Interesting. Take 2. Lots of Snapcasters, that makes sense. I'll draw 3. Fury's not too bad. Well, I guess I attack. Oh, I can steal their... Oh, I don't have enough blue. Never mind. Cannot do that, unfortunately. Well, I guess I just play another ring. Okay, I'm going to keep this one. I'm going to get Mountain and just cast Fable here. Go ahead, opponent. Not even certain if I should be activating the ring, but I probably will. All right. What do we want to discard? Probably fetch land and play maybe all Rest in Peace. I don't love showing them Rest in Peace, but probably right. Okay. Well, let's attack with both. Can I Ganjo for 2 mana, which I think I'm happy to do here, assuming they block. Damage. Cast Rip. Probably should have done that first main, honestly, but whatever. Okay. That's why I should have done it first main. I could have Furied away the 3/3 and the Snap. Consider, sure. Cast a ring. Keep this one. Alright, now I don't even need to Fury. I'm not going to draw cards anymore. We've drawn enough cards in this game. If Flame of Anor from them would be pretty annoying. Opponent's deck is really cool. Classic Wafo Tapa deck here. Just infinity card advantage. Already outpacing my rings. Alright. Okay, another ring is kind of sweet. Means I could maybe live dangerously with this one. I'm just gonna cast this, I think. Maybe. Maybe I'm not supposed to. Maybe I just go Fable. Honestly. Combat attack, Fable. What up, Will? I think that's what I'm gonna do, actually. I'm just gonna combat attack and play Fable. Another Typhoon. Maybe another Typhoon. Okay. Well, Fury can do some work now. I want to just hard cast it. How much mana do I have? Oh, exactly not enough. Alright, probably Evoke then. At least I get to keep it in play now. Draw a card. Play Ring, play Fable. What a game this has been, huh? Pretty interesting one. Go ahead. I'll leave the land in hand. That's definitely getting pitched. Cauldron probably going to get pitched too. Next turn, copy Fury. Yeah, that's the idea. They probably have an answer. Yeah, there it is. But we have 2 more Solitudes in the deck still, I think. I think I've only drawn 1 Solitude, so... Flame of Anor. Deal 5, draw 2. This Flame of... Dude, screw this. This card is so annoying. Yeah, do I draw a card here? I might need to. I might be too far down on cards right now. It's very difficult to know, but I think I need to do it. It's awkward, though, because I've seen all 4 rings, I think, now. Pitch. Sing Fire and Vex, Stone Forges. Let's don't do too much. Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty dead here. I'm going to draw 2, but I think I'm pretty screwed. Yep, on to the next game we go. Very interesting. So I guess I want all the Furies. Weird. I guess Lightning Bolt and Flame Slash I don't really need. Bolt is maybe good, but Definitely a different deck than I thought it was. Flame of Anor, man, is so good against my deck. It's kind of so good in general. But super awkward. Maybe Batterskull's not very good. Kind of like having some life gain, though. In addition to the Solitudes. Maybe just 3 Furies. 4 is probably a lot. Try this, I guess. Does anybody happen... Yeah, Ring has been good. Does anybody have a list? Hawthorne, do you have a list of the deck that you were just talking about? I'd kind of like to look at it. Did he do something relevant this weekend? Did Waffle like top 8 something with this list? I feel like this is going to be how I board anyway, but I would just like to know the numbers of things. Like how many Archmage's Charms. I assume it's 4 Flame, 4 Snapcaster, 4 Counterspell, 4 Unholy Heat, some number of Bolt. Blood Moon probably in the list somewhere. Certainly not in the deck against me, but well, in any case, we're gonna run it like this. I'm gonna keep. Thank you. I don't really want to thin the deck here, but being able to play a Sanctifier could matter. But I have other things that are really good, so I'm just going to play a Mountain. Four Snap, 2 Murktide, 4 Consider, 4 Bolt, 2 Unholy Heat. Okay, so 6 1-mana removal spells is what I assumed. Yep. Not great. Not great. I'm gonna make him have another answer. How many Archmages? Dude, 4 Archmages, 4 Flame of Anor? That's so obnoxious. I don't even know that I can... God, I don't even know that I can get the Cultra because they can just Archmage's Charm the token and kill me. It's like so bad. Guess I probably just get Sword, I don't know. It's super awkward, I'll tell you what. Well, I'm going to be able to get a Sword in, so that's nice. Not a bad draw there. I'm just going to pass. Still kind of want to draw lands. Just going to untap. They can Flame of Anor this. Should be really annoying, but I think I would rather them Flame of Anor this than draw 2 cards, so... fully expecting you to get Flame of Nord here. No way. Really? Okay, cool. Hit you. Maybe they have like the Archmage's Charm? It's certainly possible. Play this. Go. Thank God I didn't get Kaldra, because I just would have lost to this Archmage's Charm. Yep. Okay. Attack. Okay, cool. 2 you, draw a card. Not a bad one. I think I'm just gonna cast Rest in Peace here. It's pretty reasonable to me. Okay, go. Shark Typhoon, you got it. Maybe you should have cast Sanctifier there. It's probably silly not to, but whatever. Oh no, a Mutavault to block? So rude. Okay. Don't know that I will be allowing them to block, but something they could do. I'm just gonna attack. Do I just Solitude this? Pitch Solitude? I kind of like that, honestly. Solitude, pitch Solitude. Hit your Vault. They could Flame of Nor me. Then I can Sanctifier, put Sword on it. I kind of like that. Damage to your face. Alright, well now they're just dead to Bolt at any given time. Cast Monkey, go. Okay. They could have Force Negation, they could have Spell Pierce, like the only things they could have. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Huh. Probably just be patient. Fetch, get this tapped. Okay, another Stoneforge is pretty gas. play the ring. Commandeer? Whoa. Okay. Did not expect that at all. Okay. Go, I guess. Okay. Well, now they might die to their own ring. It's going to be very hard for them. Like, I don't know if they can get the ring off the table. Draw 3. Alright, I'm going to bolt you now. Now they can't force a negation me. Let's go, dude. Let's go! Yes! Alright, 2-0 with Boros Ring. Because they can have any number of counter spells there, Bubble Tea. I'm not walking into that. The only turn where the Bolt was a maybe was where they had 1 mana and like 6 cards in hand, but I really didn't want to get pierced, and I didn't want to get Force of Negation. And to be fair, they had Commandeer, so they could have commandeered my Lightning Bolt. Opponent maybe on Murktide here. Hand is not great into Murktide. But I may keep it. Yet again, equipment in the opening hand. Just every single game I have one of these. I'm going to try it, but... Turn 1 Monkey is pretty hard to pass up. What's up, Royal? How you doing? Alright, well, this is not Murktide. Probably creativity. Well, hopefully they can't counter my my Blood Moon. Well, we're gonna Blood Moon them. I need a white card here super badly. Come on, white card. shucks. Well, I'm still gonna Blood Moon them. Oh. Go. Maybe it's either Sword or Fable here. It's like kind of close. Probably Sword. Sword is interesting. It could be very good later, but Fable's probably just better. Ring is obviously good. Damn. Alright, well, I think I'm going to concede. I think we're pretty dead here. I don't have that many white cards in my deck, so it's not really that crazy that that occurred, but definitely sucks. That, EE. This matchup's probably going to be pretty hard. They want Flame Slash out. They want another Solitude. Dire Fleet, quite poor. And Sword of Light and Shadow, pretty bad. I think those are the cuts here. Yeah, let's try this. There's a world where I want the Palantir here too. Like, this is the exact kind of configuration I want my deck to look like for the Palantir, so it's possible this should be in. Not sure what it is better than, though. Oh, there needs to be another EE in here. I didn't realize I didn't have both. What would I cut? What would I cut? Maybe Batterskull? Batterskull's not crazy good here at all. I'm gonna cut the Batterskull, I think. Something like this, maybe? Let's try it. There's just like no way this is good enough, is there? I mean, the ring is insane, but if they keep a Spell Pierce hand, I just lose. Or Reprieve. This doesn't do anything for so long. There's no way that hand is good. Well, this is a turn 1 Fury. I think I'm just going to turn 1 Fury my opponent and hope it's good enough. Probably bottom Solitude. See if we can just kill him with a 4/4 double strike. Hopefully they don't have like turn 1 Flame Slash or a quick Leyline's Binding. It'd be bad too, but what are you gonna do? they're tanking on a mulligan or something. Probably what's going on. Either that or they're like double queued. Very cool, Royal. Appreciate it. Thank you. We're 2-0 with Boros Ring right now, which is a deck I came up with this morning. It's felt kind of sweet so far. Roll to 5. Hopefully they can't beat a quick Fury. Let's hold control here so I don't mess anything up. Do I want to fetch? Not really. There's a Solitude I don't want to draw, so play this. Hold control. Click the Evoke. Guess it is only a 3/3, but I will say I did forget that Ephemerate doesn't actually add a counter, so a little awkward. I could still just get got by a lightning bolt, but I still think I had to do this. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe this is just stupid. Yeah. That's a pretty good draw. Go get Cauldra. Go. All right. There are plenty of ways to beat this, but they also could be in trouble to it. We'll just see what happens, I guess. 5U. Multiple ways to beat this they have, but we'll just see. In the tank. Okay. I'm gonna fetch. I'm just gonna get a plains. Combat. Attack with both. Looks like they may not have anything here. We'll see. Oh. Maybe they do. Yep, they could have a binding. That's kind of what I'm expecting. Yep. Yep. Sure. Okay, go. I'm in big trouble here. Turn 1 Fury, not quite good enough when you're ephemerating it against a lightning bolt, unfortunately. Not gonna lie, if I would have remembered that it doesn't get the counter before going for that line, may have not done it, but then they would have killed the Stoneforge. Then we play a Fabled. I mean, the game is just wildly different. That was probably an okay keep. I'm not gonna fetch, so drawing a land is actually pretty good here. Hitting the Shaman, wouldn't hate it. Okay. That's not too bad. Let's fetch. Get a mountain. Cast this. Attack you. Well, I don't feel good about this game at all, but we could draw like a ring or something. I did kind of just get 3 for 1 on turn 1, so it's not a great place to be. Did they just not discard? That's a disaster for me. Yeah, probably game. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Well, the 1 ring is kind of sick. It's one of the best possible draws in my deck. Okay, that does not deal with this situation at all. Go ahead. Well, we'll see what happens. The ring, obviously quite good. Maybe we can find our way out of this. Probably not, but yeah, man, oh man, oh man. This matchup is pretty tough. Okay. Pretty gross. Have to draw something insane here to even keep playing. We gotta draw another Solitude pretty much. It's like the only out, and they iced me. It's so disgusting, man. Alright, that won't do it. Let's move on with our day. Alright, 2-1. We beat Dota last week. Suppose it's only fair they get me back this time. Alright, I'm gonna step away real quick, chat. We got a phone call I need to make, and then I will be back. We'll probably play a match or two of Convoke on Arena, and then we'll be able to play the 4th round of this league, or this prelim. I'll be back. And I am gonna put the deck list up again while I'm away. DBZ, you're looking at a deck that was 2-0 in the prelim until we just got beat by creativity, but it's just Boros Ring, Kyle. It's just similar to what I've been playing, the Rakdos deck, but obviously we have like a different threat package. Not Titan, that's true. It is definitely not Titan. This is pretty far away from Titan. But basically, it's, you know, it's got some scam elements with the Ephemerate Fury Solitude stuff. As we saw that last game, though, an Undying Effect would have been a lot better than Ephemerate. We could have gotten a 4/4 into play on turn 1. We have Daredevils because I think it's the best 2-drop outside of Stoneforge Mystic in these colors. Think about what Direfleet Daredevil does against, like, the Cascade decks. You can recast Living End to reset the board, so if somebody Living Ends, then you can just Daredevil Living End, get all your stuff back that you had before, and then they lose their entire board. You can Rhino your opponent. Really good into Murktide. I think it's pretty good into Scam and stuff. They play Bolts and Thoughtseizes and things of that nature. So you should be able to hit some stuff against, like, Scam, Terminate. I think it's honestly, like, kind of playable in this format. Everybody had... Don't you have to pay? Well, yeah, but 0 mana spells, I mean, are pretty easy to pay for, it turns out. And then, in regards to, like... I mean, it's okay to, you know, play a Lightning Bolt or a Thoughtseize. It's kind of just like a poor man's Snapcaster Mage, but in some ways it's better, I think, into the Cascade decks. So that's why we're playing Direfleet Daredevil. I think it's good into Cascade, pretty good into Scam. It's a good blocker. It's another 2-drop that can, like, pressure. Okay. He's not wrong, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it has been pretty good for us today. We did play against Murktide, and they had to counterspell it, which then let me play a Stoneforge Mystic with Ephemerate back up. And the funniest thing is if I would have played Daredevil and it resolved, we could have had Ephemerate Daredevil counterspell you, which would have been hilarious, but obviously not what we did. Hopefully we can get to 3-1. It's also just a red card to pitch to Fury. I just think it's the best. I could not find a card that made more sense than this. And to be fair, I made the deck this morning. I thought about it for like 40 minutes. So, you know, there might be better options that exist, but this is where the deck ended up, and I think it's pretty good. I mean, we lost to Creativity. That's not really a deck I was aiming for with this. And we've beaten Wafo Tapa's blue-red control deck. And what was our win in round 1? I don't even remember. What did we beat round 1? Has it been blue-red twice? Not sure. In any case, the deck's pretty cool. We're 2-1. Hopefully we can get another 3-1 of a prelim with a ring deck. Just ring mid-range, 3-1 every prelim. Would be kind of cool. I'd be happy with it. But in any case, let's go ahead and minimize this. Let's open up Arena again. Let's switch over to this. And we've got a little bit of downtime as I got my butt kicked that round. So let's go ahead and play some Convoke. Tomorrow I'm pretty sure I'm going to play Joe Bernal's green-red card, or not green-red, black-green Karn deck that he won an RCQ with this weekend in the Pioneer Prelim. We aren't cubing. Oh, I forgot the cube's available. We can cube. Never mind. Good call, Kyle. I forgot the cube was even available right now. Totally forgot. Yeah, let's do a cube draft. I'm in for that. We've certainly got some play points. Alright, this thing fired right off. Well, we got a Mox Ruby. Looks like it might be playing mono red. I'm going to take the Mox Ruby. It's a very easy pick. There's nothing even close to its power level in this pack. Yeah, I'm gonna. Thanks for that, Kyle. I completely forgot this was a thing, which is so funny because everybody in our Discord's been playing it every day, but... You wish you could ever draft Power? Yeah, it's pretty nice, dude. Power's nice. Makes every deck considerably better. So we've got Chrome Mox, Magda, Fetch Land. Those are really the only cards I'm interested in here. If I do go mono... I mean, this is a great start to mono red. Mox Ruby, and I would like a quick deck, honestly, if we're doing this between rounds. It's possible we'll just play Vintage Cube after the prelim today. I would not mind playing Cube for a few hours. We'll probably do a vote in chat if people want me to do Pioneer, another modern league, or Vintage Cube. Yeah, Magda, a turn 1 Magda is pretty busted. To be fair, turn 1, pretty much any 2-drop in the Vintage Cube will be busted, but I think this seems quite good. It's a pretty good start. Plateau is a real pick there too, actually, because there are some very busted red-white cards in this format, specifically the Monarchy one. And if I'm playing mono-red, I would definitely want to splash for that card. It is super broke. Or mono-white splash for that card. It really doesn't matter. That card's just insanity. Alright, Kari Zev, City of Traders, Char. I don't really love City in aggro decks. It's, like, fine, but I think I'm going to pass it. Probably for Kari Zev, I think I'd rather just have a really good 2-drop. Which is another thing I can power out on turn 1. That's quite strong. Yeah, I think it's Kari as well. That's where I'm going to go with it. Yeah, Char typically does wheel, unless someone else is playing mono-red. Sometimes a mid-range deck is interested in 3 mana, deal 4 to something, lose 2 life, but it's rare. It's not great. You're not happy if you're playing a mid-range deck and you're playing Char. It's kind of mid. I'm going to take Revoker. It's an easy Revoker, I think. Jetmir's Garden is, or sorry, not Jetmir's, Seasoned Pyromancer is also a very good Magic card, but Revoker is just busted in the Vintage Cube. Everybody plays things that you can name. No, I don't think so. Revoker is just a broken 2-drop in Vintage Cube. I play this in almost every archetype. The only archetype I don't play Revoker in is like Control, but I'll play it in mid-range. I'll play it in every aggro deck. I'll play it in mono green. Like, this is just a good card. Everybody has activated abilities that you want to shut off. Mono red splash iteration could be cool. We could play like a blue-red aggro deck. I'm going to take iteration. We're just playing 2-drops the deck. We might as well just call this Nemo draft. For those that don't know, that's an inside joke amongst the Swish gang. We have a buddy Nemo, who one of the first decks they ever showed us was just infinity 2-drops. Just actual Orzhov 2s. We called it Orzhov Deuces. Well, Skull Clamp is pretty messed up. I'm going to take Skull Clamp here. It actually looks like Mono Red might be getting cut, which, if somebody's trying to win the draft, that makes sense. Mono Red is typically absurdly good. Maybe we'll wheel the Bitter Blossom. We could also play, like, Rakdos. I guess Skull Clamp and Kari Zev is kind of insane. When does the... Oh, no, you exile the token at end of combat. Unlucky. Unlucky that we can't just keep sacking Ragavan to Skull Clamp. What a shame. What a shame. Alright, we've got a dual land. We also got a Kumano. Okay, maybe Mono Red's not being cut. I don't have any, like, good 1-mana plays yet, other than, like, Skull Clamp, which really doesn't even count. I'm going to take Kumano here. I love Legionnaire, but we have plenty of 2s already. I'm not on the hunt for 2s right now. Alright, I'll take a Spire Bluff Canal. Deck's kind of weird so far, but you'll probably make it work out. I think red is getting a little cut, is my guess. I don't know. Maybe we're just not opening many red cards, but... Alright, never mind. Red's not getting cut. We wheeled Rabble Master, so we just haven't opened many red cards. So our archetype's going to be wide open. I'm just going to take Rabble. Alright, I've got Skull Clamp. I'm going to take this Bitter Blossom. Yep, it's definitely what I'm going to take. There's no guarantee that I'm going to be black, but it's super possible. So we're just going to kind of make a pile of maybe Splash over here. But Bitter Blossom Clamp is... Okay, well now I got a Black Cleave too. It also looks like black's pretty open if we're seeing a Fatal Push. I'm going to take the Cliffs. I feel like it's more likely I'm going to be black-red than blue-red. It'll probably be more open. Blue's always pretty... Are you serious? Look at this. Duretti or CZ Peasy? I don't even know. I think it's CZ Peasy, but Duretti is very good. Wow, that is crazy. I'm going to take Peasy, but I don't know if that's right. That's pretty insane. I guess I'm going to be a jerk and take Tendrils. If somebody was hoping to wheel it, they don't get it anymore. Hairback Walker's okay. Very strange deck so far. Putrid Imp, not really it. Yeah, I know. And I think I probably am going to be Rakdos. I mean, Bitter Blossom Skull Clamp is hard to give up, but... Alright, we're going to take Pia here, I believe. Pia's super good, also good with Skull Clamp. Nothing else here I'm really particularly interested in. The fetch land's like okay at best, but Pia it is. Let's move these over a little more. They're kind of getting in our way now. Burst Lightning. It's an easy Burst Lightning. What does Fire Covenant do? Pay X life. Any number of target creatures. Okay, Fire Covenant is a messed up card. We might be able to wheel that, though. The hope is that I can wheel that. I'm just going to take Burst. Could have taken Mana Confluence. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine to not have Mana Confluence, I think. That's a pretty awful pack 2, pick 1. Pia's respectable. Like, Pia will be good no matter what we do here. If we end up blue-red, if we end up black-red, if we end up mono-red. Pia's a strong card. It's like my favorite land. That's so funny. I wonder what my favorite land would be. What's my favorite land in Magic? Oh my god. Well, this is one of those busted red-white cards I was talking about, but I'm just going to take Runaway Steamkin here. Mutavault? Yeah, Mutavault's a sweet one. I don't think that's my favorite land, though. Tabernacle, Hallowed Fountain. Hallowed Fountain's a good one, Royal. Mine might be Blackcleave Cliffs, honestly. Alright, this is, I think, a Beaumont Courier. Evolved Sleeper is interesting, too. I didn't realize they put Candelabra in the cube. That's actually awesome. High Tide Candelabra is really cool to have in the cube. I'm gonna take Beaumont Courier so I have more 1-mana creatures. We've got some really good wheels here. Evolved Sleeper would be a good wheel if we end up on black. I obviously could take Proving Ground, but I want to be an aggro deck here, so I'm gonna do this. It's worth noting, by the way, we did not wheel the Char in pack 1, so kind of awkward. I guess I take a Mizium Mortars. Not a very good Yawgmoth's Will deck. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a little disappointed with where this deck is right now, but we can definitely get some better cards going. I don't know, it's probably fine. I want like 2 or 3 more 1-mana plays. Feel very light on 1-mana plays right now. More fast mana would help that too if we get like an Ancient Tomb or something like that. Vortex, light up the stage. I actually think I'm going to take light up the stage and hope to wield a Vortex. This card is insanely good. And our curve is like pretty low. I don't know, it's close. Vortex is also just super good. You knew I'd take light up over Vortex. I don't know that it's correct. It's close. I'm kind of thinking I might actually take Vortex. I'm gonna take Vortex. I don't know. That pick was tough. Hopefully we wheel either one in this scenario. I want both pretty bad. That was a hard pick. It's a really hard pick. I do not know if that's correct. It's hard because my curve is like a little high for light up. Like to be a consistent 2-for-1. Sword of Fire and Ice is like okay. I'm gonna take it. I might actually take Lotus Petal here. Raptor is like fine, but it's kind of just a middling creature. Like, I kind of just want more fast mana. Some potato skins. Well, I guess, yeah, basically. Got some Wendy's breakfast. Been doing that a little too much lately, but woke up a little late today, went to bed too late, played a league last night with my roommate, stayed up till like 2 a.m. So, and then made that deck for like an hour, the Boros deck that we're playing. This pack is egregious. I'm just going to take Bone Shards, I guess. Well, we did wield a Fire Covenant, which I guess I take. I'm again just going to hate the Storm card. Just going to be that guy. Alright, well, we wielded everything we wanted. I'm not even certain if I'm actually going to splash the black, so I think I'm just going to take Firebolt, but okay. Not a good Saga deck. Warcrafting's pretty mid. I'm just going to take Fury. Fury's fine. Not super excited by it, but Chandra's very good. Palantir is an interesting card in red, too. I'm going to take the Chandra here. Hopefully we wheel Canyon or Palantir. But pretty easy Chandra Torch. Hey Kyle, are you still there? Are you going to Modern tonight? Dan Wharton's trying to get me out there. I'm not sure if I want to go though. Work. Fair enough. K-Command's a pretty sick card. Inferno Titan is just too big. I really don't want to play Inferno Titan in mono red. Not this mono red. I mean, I guess like we can Chandra into it. Like that's kind of cool, but you can also take the Bulk and just play the EI. Yeah, I could just take Bulk. And then we just don't do the black and just commit to the blue, which might be fine, honestly. EI is so strong, obviously. That's probably what I'm going to do. I mean, I'm going to take Kiki. We do have Kiki Fury, Kiki Pyro, Kiki... Can't copy Pia. Kiki Steamkin could be interesting. Go to Modern? Oh, shit. It's about to start, isn't it? Hold on. We've got to finish our draft. Chain Lightning. Could take the third path, I guess, but Chain Lightning's so good. We might wheel the third path. Alright, round 4 is starting. So awkward. McWinsauce, probably on blue-white. This is probably going to be a long match. Or he could be on Rack Ring, too. I'm going to play first. This hand is interesting. It's got the Ephemerate and the Fury or the Solitude if I draw a white or a red card. But if he's on a control deck, this is atrocious. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. This hand is interesting. It's very tempting. I'm going to take Darcy. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a mull. I think it's a little awkward. Alright, I'm going to keep this one bottom and Ephemerate, I think. Guess the last deck that Winsauce was playing was 4-color. Incinerate versus Rabbit Battery. I kind of want Rabbit Battery. I want more 1-mana creatures here. I'm going to take the Battery. The Incinerate's like fine, but I'm doing pretty good with Burn. I've got Bolt Lightning, Burst Lightning, Mizium Mortars. So I think I'm going to take the Battery here. Okay, it looks like he might have stepped away for a second, so we're getting a little time. Maybe he's doing a Vintage Cube too, who knows. Alright, I'm going to take Robber of the Rich. This card's awesome. It's a very easy pick there for me. Okay, still waiting. We wheeled the Warcraft, which is honestly fine. I think I'll play this card. So all these can go over here. Hopefully we wheel that Iconoclast. It's very good with the Skull Clamp specifically. Alright. Winsauce is ready. I'm going to keep. I'm going to bottom one of these. Play this. 6. Sunbaked Canyon. Basic Island from McWinsauce. Okay. The question here becomes, do I play the Stoneforge? And I think the answer is yes. I think I'm just going to get Batter Skull here because that's like very reasonably castable later. Darn, I missed a pick here. Hopefully it wasn't anything too good. We got the Iconoclast back. That's what I needed. Okay, so this draft ended up being pretty good. I'm not even going to pay attention to... I guess we'll take this, whatever. Sideboard option, I suppose. And now I just get a stick. Let's head back over here. We took the Batter Skull. Your turn, Mr. McWinsauce. I assume this is going to be... Okay. Is this Rhinos? It could be Rhinos. It could also just be Murktide. We've played a lot of blue-red decks today. Because McWinsauce likes control, he also might just be on that Waffo pile that we played earlier. Would not be surprised. Yep. Kind of expecting the Waffo pile again. Bolt is a pretty heinous draw. Go ahead. This matchup is so annoying. I feel like it's very bad for me. Like, we did beat it earlier, but I don't know if we'll be beating it again. The deck's just all draw spells, counter spells, and removal. It's, like, just so annoying. Well, I mean, I guess I dash this. He tries to kill it, I guess I ephemerate it. Pretty rude. Pretty rude, man. I guess I bolt this. He tries to kill my thing and I ephemerate it, I suppose. Alright. At least now Lorien revealed won't get 2 modes when it's cast. And now we have a monkey in play. Sure, I guess. Like, not a good spot for me. Fire my thing. Leave up counterspell. For this Batter Skull. I mean, I'm going to try and cast it. There's nothing else I can really do, so... Yikes. Alright. Feel pretty dead here, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, they just start casting a bunch of instant speed divinations. This deck is really cool. I wish I would have known that this was a deck before this event started, because I probably would have played this too, I'm not gonna lie to you. This deck looks awesome. How big is this? Huge, with counterspell up? Alright, let's just move on. Alright, Blood Moon's out. Solitude in, Sanctifier's in, Rip's in. Palantir's coming in too. What did I cut last time? The Flame Slashes, the Bolt stayed in. I think I cut Ephemerate, super awkward card. I know I had one less of these. Although this card's interesting if I don't have a Rip. Maybe I just want it. I cut the Sword of Light and Shadow. And maybe I didn't have the Palantir of Orthonac. I think I did, though. Maybe I didn't. I can't remember. Oh, I need the Sword of Pro their deck, too. Huh. I could just cut Lightning Bolt. It's a little awkward, though. I think having a little bit of interaction for their stuff might matter, but I do have Furies and Solitudes. Maybe that's just good enough. There's less red cards for Fury, kind of, but actually not really if I'm leaving the 2 Dire Fleets in. I think in theory Dire Fleet should be pretty good. It's a more grindy card, but like, I mean, they're playing tons of stuff that I want to be able to flashback. I got beat really bad game 1. I'm playing against the Wafo blue-red deck. We've already beaten it once this league, but McWinsauce is going to be a harder guy to beat than whoever we beat before, probably. The matchup also does not feel good. They're a deck that just leaves up divinations and counterspells the entire game and removal. It's like so hard to play around them. Because their cards are super flexible. Kaldra's not good into them because they can steal it with their 4 copies of Archmage's Charm. So it's a tough matchup, for sure. Very interesting deck. All right, well, as it is, I think we're going to do this. I'm going to keep this, certainly. Turn 1 Monkey, turn 2 Stoneforge with a 1 ring. Good mana. Easy keep. Monkey. Go. I'm going to Stoneforge and go get Sword of Pro their deck. Still not even that good because Flame of Anora can just blow it up. But alright, well, they don't have a way to kill my monkey. That's huge. That means I can probably ring them next turn. Combat, attack. Okay. I think I do probably want to fetch. I think I'm gonna fetch. And go get Sword of Pro your deck. Go. Sure. Sure. Okay. I think I'm just gonna get the ring down here. I guess I could attack them and then just sword equip. Maybe that's the play. Because then they can't, like, steal my monkey with Archmage's Charm or anything, or kill it. They also can't get me with, like, a Spell Pierce here. Okay, they are playing Stern Scolding. Yeah, I think I just go Sword Equip. Go. Gets around Spell Pierce. Which I don't even know if they play Spell Pierce. If he's on Wapo's list, he's not, but... Make them Flame of Anor my sword, and then I just get to ring them. That seems probably good. I like that this makes Archmage's Charm suck. I think that's pretty important. And if they have to Flame of Anor to blow up the sword, they're still getting just pounded by this Ragavan, and then I get to resolve a ring, which should be pretty good. So, I mean, he could have a Force of Negation and a blue card, but if he has land, Flame of Anor, alright, he concedes the game. Sword of Pro your deck, a little too good. Thank God I registered a Sword of Fire and Ice today. My God. I didn't even know this deck existed until this morning. Waffo literally just built it this weekend. I don't think it did exist before this weekend. It's basically like a new variation of Blue Moon, kind of. Anyway, I think we're going to run it back. You did. I won game 2. I threw a Sword of Fire and Ice on a Ragavan, and he couldn't beat it. Oh, we're going to keep. A little awkward, but we're going to keep. Yeah, I mean, I'm not mulling this. Yeah, it's been a quick match. It's been a really quick match thus far. Oh, come on, dude. The Cauldra? I want to go back and watch this league and see how many times, one, I have opened one of my 3 equipments in my opening hand. It's all the time. It's so annoying. It's insanity. Yeah, you got it. So the question is, how do I play this turn? Probably, man, Sanctifier and Vex so awkward because they can just counter it. Just so bad. Counter spell, Stern Scolding, any of it. Dire Fleet enters and can just exile their Lightning Bolt. I think I'm going to do that. As weird as it is. I don't know, though. Then they could Archmage's Charm counter this. Flame of Anor is always going to be bad for me. This is a really terrible spot. Drawing, like, keeping a hand with the Batterskull and then drawing the Cauldro is just disgusting. I'm going to do this and make them... The range of things they could have for this is much lower than just things they could have for this. There's the Stern Scolding. You got it. Pretty annoying. Means he has a land in hand. Probably land Archmage's Charm or Flame of Anor. Okay, now I at least get to cast their spell. Okay. Maybe he'll counter it, I don't know. God dang it, man. Snapcaster Stern Scolding, that's so disgusting. Yep. Probably still just Dire Fleet here. I mean, this is like... I don't know. I'd play the Ring. The Ring just gets countered by Archmage's Charm or Counterspell, but, I mean, I've got to kind of run into it, right? The problem with Dire Fleet is if they have Snapcaster, they just respond, Snapcaster, target bolt, bolt my Dire Fleet. I don't really know. Flame of Anor would be disgusting, too. I think I just have to Ring and hope they don't have Counterspell. This is the only way I'm winning. In a real world, is resolving the One Ring and then going ham. This beats Flame of Anor. And beats another Snapcaster Mage. Alright, resolved. Let's go. Go. So they're probably going to Flame of Anor, draw 2 cards. Don't get a second mode. Shark Typhoon. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna draw a card, obviously. Okay. Okay, I'll take one. I'm gonna fetch. And I'm gonna draw two. Okay, those are some good Magic cards right there. Those are some good Magic cards. Flame of Nor on this Batter Skull will be so brutal. I can Solitude. We can cast Batter Skull. It's just so atrocious into Flame of Nor. It's just disgusting. They blow up Batter Skull and draw 2 cards. Just a clean 3 mana 3 for 1. I'm tempted to just Daredevil target Lightning Bolt. And then I can Rest in Peace them, because I'm through both my Daredevils now. Could also, I guess, just have flashed in Solitude. Maybe that was the line. I think the line may have actually just been hold up 5 mana, flash in Solitude. I don't know. Okay. Wish I had one of my Furies here. That'd be so brutal for him, but... God, this is so awkward. It is probably play Rest in Peace, but I'm in so much trouble. This is so bad. I don't think I win if I don't do this, so let's just do this. I'm not sure either. I don't think I win if I don't do this, though. I don't know. It's hard. Yeah, what I should have done was just held up Solitude to begin with. The Dire Fleet play was loose. Because now I don't have a red card to pitch to Fury if I draw it either. Well, now I do. But, alright, draw 3. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, it's the second time we've played it today. It's pretty cool. I guess I just Fury pitch... What if I actually cast Batter Skull? Then I get... God, dude, Flame of Nor is so stupid. Well, pitch Fury, I mean, might just get counterspelled. But maybe the Batter Skull is good enough. I guess we still have Solitude as well. In that instance. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay. Well, I have to just play Batter Skull, right? I think. The good news is their list... I can't remember if they're on 4 bolts or 2 bolts. Now I can Solitude my own Germ. Yeah, I agree. Flame of Nor is certainly possible, though. Is it 4 bolt? Okay. Correspond and Solitude my own germ. I think I get rid of Sanctifier here. I agree. Stoneforge can go get Sword of Pro as deck, which seems good. Consider happens. Probably gonna fetch here, but definitely an argument not to. I think I just need to find another ring. And this increases the odds of that happening. Okay, lose 3. I'll draw 5 cards this turn. Probably want a Stoneforge first. Maybe. Also thins my deck. Wow. Is it dress down, maybe? Okay, he countered. Wow, okay. I'm gonna draw 4 now. God, that sucks. Well, Stoneforge. Get this. Play another Stoneforge. And pray I don't die. Yep. Who knows? Maybe this Palantir is just supposed to be 4th Solitude. Card has not been impressive today, but I didn't expect to play against Flame of Anor every single round, so that has not been helpful. Might have been a little too cute. I wanted another value card, but Solitude kind of is a value card. It is just a 2-for-1. You're killing me, Mikey. My deck's also sweet, man. Come on. I agree, though. Wafo's deck's awesome. I already said before you came in here, if I would have seen this deck this morning, I probably wouldn't have even built this and would have just played his deck. Sure. I mean, I think I double block, right? I mean, single and double blocking is almost the same here. Hard to root against the Wafo deck. That's fair. I'm going to double block. I don't... Like, I have to block... And if they have a removal spell, they're going to kill it anyway. So the double block here is just a free double block. It's probably a Flame of Anor, draw 2, deal 5, is my assumption here. Yep. It's an Aspiring Spike special. Fair enough. Alright, well, hopefully there's a ring in the top 6 cards. There was. Okay, we game on. We game on. Alright, play another ring. Keep this one, obviously. And I think it is just Sanctifier here. Although the Orthonac is interesting. Could Palantir. Yeah, we could, actually. That's what I'm wondering, too. I'm wondering if the Palantir makes sense. It does. It does do that. It's more mana efficient, too. So maybe that's right. Yeah, we have Pro. I think this makes sense, actually. It's probably a good call. Let's see if we can pay this baby off. F6. I'm just going to pitch it. I'm going to bottom both. Those are terrible. And then I'm going to pitch a land here. Okay, I guess I'll pitch 2 lands. Dude, where are... This is so ridiculous. I've seen 1 Fury and 1 Solitude and 2 Rings and almost 40 cards. Alright, I'm going to pitch 2 lands because these don't have text. This is a hand. It really is, yeah. It really is. Bolt me. Unlucky. Unlucky. I don't think I have an out. I'm trying to think if I activate the ring. No, there's no sequence that wins it for me here. Bummer. Bummer, bummer, bummer. Yeah, Palantir did not feel good. I wonder, and I've talked with Raja about this too. These white ring decks, I feel like should maybe just all play Timely Reinforcements. Timely Reinforcements is so disgusting with the 1 ring. You're just like always going to gain 6, and then most of the time you're also going to get 3 1/1s. Yeah, I mean, I could hit Solitude and Solitude itself, but that still doesn't beat the Bolt, so... Well, 2-2 is not the best, but, I mean, I lost to a very good player playing a very good deck, so I think kind of a hard matchup, too. I don't know, it's, like, kind of close. Like, I think I had my deck fairly well built for blue-red piles, but the problem is they're just, like, so reasonable against the graveyard hate. Like, they don't really care that much about Rest in Peace. I did have a sword that's just pro their deck, but they have flames, so they can just blow it up. Flame is such an unreal card. So insane how good that thing is. I remember when I was playing Rhinos and kept boarding it in every round, I didn't even realize it blew up an artifact until like round 5 of that league. It's just so stupid how much that card can do. Who knew Flame was going to be a card with text? I don't know, man. I'm not super surprised. A lot of cards from Lord of the Rings I just, like, didn't read at spoiler season, and then people started playing them, and I'm like, what in the hell are these cards? Like, just so insane. Wished you had the Waffo deck for Detroit. Yeah, no kidding, man. Deck's so cool. All right, what do we want to do here? I think Hangerback kind of blows, although Hangerback is a cool combo with Pia. But I think it is probably the worst card in my deck. Workshop. Get out of here. Oh, how many lands do I want to be? Probably 15 and a ruby and a petal. Maybe 14 and a ruby and a petal. It's like 15 lands and a petal. My curve is quite low, so that might actually make sense. I don't know that I even like Kiki. Kiki's kind of nonsense. I think I'm going to cut the Kiki. cards making Mutavault have a resurgence in Modern. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, chat, what do we want to do? Do we want to play Vintage Cube? Do we want to play Pioneer? We'll probably play Joe Bernal's green-black Karn list that he won an RCQ with this weekend. Kind of similar to what I was doing with Rakdos Sacrifice last week, where like you just throw Karn the Great Creator in a mid-range deck, but this mid-range deck has 8 elves. So Karn looks a lot better when you're elfing into it. It also glisses on turn 2, which is pretty cool. Or we could play more Modern. In fact, we could just play the Wafo deck. I wouldn't mind playing a league with the Wafo deck. A little slow and grindy, but probably not too bad. What's your arch nemesis doing in Pioneer? He's playing green-black mid, man. Green-black Karn. All right, we're going to make a vote, and we'll see what people want to do. Because I'm kind of good with whatever. So we will do a poll. New poll. What's next? More Modern. I'm going to just put the deck list. Wafo, Blue-Red, Modern, Pioneer, Golgari Karn, which is what I'm going to play tomorrow in the prelim, I think, just for something fun. Pioneer, Golgari Karn, Cube, Vintage Cube Draft. Do we have anything else we'd want to do? I don't really think so. Those 3 things probably make the most sense. You could say other format, other deck, I guess. Let's just do those 3. We'll do a quick poll, 3 minutes here. Yeah, the one problem with that red-white deck is we just didn't quite... The Batter Skull and the Solitudes are just not quite reliable enough life gain. I have a Golgari Ring deck that we'll try later this week in the next Modern prelim, probably. Pioneer's a dead format? I don't think it is, actually. I think the next RC is, in fact, Pioneer, so very not dead. Very important to play the format and know what you're doing in it, I think. You could do a Pioneer Modern Marathon and just go down the Pioneer meta in Goldfish and show off all the decks in the format and what you think of them and how they're positioned. That is actually a good idea, DBZ. Probably a better... We should do that when it's closer to RC time. That's a great idea. We should probably try to get, like, special guests on to do 1v1s, too, when we're doing that. Like, I can just run gauntlets against people like we were doing before the last RC. We did get a ton of viewership when we did that, which was really cool. We had a lot of people coming in here and checking it out. But yeah, that's a really good idea. I guess maybe we should do a Modern one, considering RCQ season is Modern right now. So we can actually do that for Modern, like, in the next week or 2. That could be fun. Very interesting, very fun. Could do both, yeah. I think I would do Modern right now and save Pioneer for, like, closer to RC time. Although maybe people will come in and check it out anyway. I mean, regardless, I'm definitely playing Pioneer mostly every day anyway. It's just... How are we doing on this vote here? Alright, people are not into the Vintage Cube. So it's either going to be Blue-Red or Golgari Karn. Kyle, vote. We know what Kyle's voting for. He's voting for Vintage Cube, I promise. He's the one who brought up... I forgot the Vintage Cube was even a thing. If Kyle votes, we're going to have a 3-way tie. I really feel like that. And then if I'm the deciding vote, we're probably going to cube draft just because it's super easy. And I don't have to rent any more cards. But that's literally why we'll do it. It's just I'm lazy. Alright, Derek's about to do a vote. Here he comes. Vintage Cube Draft. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Alrighty. I think... Oh, whoa. We better add some lands to this deck, huh? Probably want some lands. Does the basic island make sense? It might. Honestly, 2 blue cards. This is only... Yeah, I definitely want at least 1 basic island. I might even want 2. I think I want 2. Canal, Volk. So this is 4 sources for 2 cards, but they're both pretty important to play fairly early. What did you foresee, Mikey? People not voting, or me wanting to play Cube? All right, well, the good news is we still got another chest, so we have 102 of those now. We still did get 10 more of these showcase points, which I'm probably not going to be able to use all of them that I have this season anyway, but it's good to have more. And 100 play points, so we're down 100 play points on that event, but we did get a chest, so probably realistically down like 80 play points or something. I'm kind of rolling in the play points after the showcase, so that's part of the reason I just built a meme deck today and we played it, and why I'm going to meme tomorrow. And we're probably going to do a lot of meming all week, to be honest. It's a good week to mess around, try and play some brews. Can afford to spew some points off this week. But maybe we'll strike gold with one of these decks too. I think that red-white deck, in theory, was pretty good. It just... I ran into Wafo's deck, which happened to be pretty good against it. Oh, dude, yeah, the Vintage Cube is so fun, man. So fun. Alright, let's just hop in a match. Why is it not legal? What is going on here? Do I have to save the deck or something? The hell? Alright, let's try again. Okay. Okay, I don't know what that was about, but here we go. We get it, you top 8 of the showcase. You're correct. I appreciate it, man. No, when I put up the video, I mean, I ran so well. Again, I mean, to be fair, you have to run really well, but to top 8 these kind of events, I mean, you're just, the level of opponent you play against is so high. But round 3, Quiniac just didn't show up, so I got a free win at 2-0, which is just unheard of. I don't even have any idea what must have happened. I assume some emergency came up and they had to leave. That's the only thing I could think of. And I was like even talking about that when we were sitting waiting for them in round 3 when I was doing the video recording. But I need to put it up still, Derek. I have to edit it. There's a ton of downtime because I didn't do anything between rounds. I just stepped away. So I'm going to go and edit the video. So hopefully it'll be up this week. But yes, there will be a video of it. I'm going to mull this. This hand sucks. God. Well, turn 1, Robber of the Rich. Not too bad. I'm going to bottom a mountain. Yeah, oh, turn 1, Thraben. Alright, well, do this. Alright, both my blue cards, no blue mana. Classic. Alright, let's rob the rich. I can't actually have 6 here because I could hit a Mox. Alright. Turn 1, Bernie Sanders. Is that this thing's nickname? I didn't even know that. That's hilarious. Does he look like Bernie Sanders? I've never really looked at the art that closely on this card. Alright, Selfless Spirit. Whatever, I can Chain Lightning that. Really? Oh, I see. Robber of the Rich. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Alright, I get it. Alright, do I want to kill the Selfless or just play a Vortex? A Vortex is, like, kind of awkward, to be completely honest. I think I just kill their thing and attack, because I can play any 2-mana spell. It's, like, super busted. I'm gonna kill their thing. Seems pretty reasonable. Hopefully I can hit, like... Hopefully they're randomly playing, like, a blue-white Signet. Well, not Signet anymore, a Talisman, and then I just have blue mana. That'd be pretty lucky. Could also just hit a Jite or something. Oh, I guess I can Winds of Abandon, too. I can't play that Urborg. Oh, I could Winds myself. That actually seems good. I think Windsing myself is a real play here. You don't think so? Yeah. Oh, is it? Oh. Alright. Lame. I thought this was just Path to Exile at sorcery speed. I guess not. I see. That makes sense. Okay. Well, here we go. Passing, then. Pretty bad shape here. They have so many good threes they can play. Loran. God dang it, man. That is messed up, opponent. That is messed up, dude. At least they didn't get to blow up the Vortex. That would have been kind of embarrassing. Although I probably would have rather had the Mox than the Vortex, to be completely honest. But, what are you going to do? Alright, well. Oh, Lotus Petal. Oh, that's blue mana. I think I just probably cast EI. I like EI here quite a bit. We can hit another land drop. We get to rob again. Yep, I agree. So, I'm just going to take the Mizzium Mortars and the land drop. So, Mortars in hand, exile the mountain, bottom this, exile this, play this, probably Mortars the Loran and attack and get another trigger. I like that. Just keep killing their blockers, getting good attacks. Oh my god, they do have Jite, and we hit it. Unbelievable. So if I attack with this, I just get to play that card regardless of how many... Oh my goodness, we're going to get another trigger on this too. That is so nuts. Holy shit, dude. Let's go, let's go! And the blue source. Alright, so I think this turn is just play land, attack, play Iconoclast, play Jite, trigger Iconoclast. Oh man, that is hot fire. Absolute gasoline. Let's see what other great cards we hit off their deck. Oh, Thalia? Okay. I don't even want to play that one right now, but that is absolutely hilarious. Play Iconoclast. Play Jit. Trigger. Yeah, Derek, neither do I, man. Robber's so messed up, dude. Such a sick card. It's like really close to Pioneer playable. The problem is it doesn't have 3 toughness and it dies to Stomp. It's like probably the reason. And it's just like probably a little too slow. Okay, so what do I equip the Jite to? Probably the Soldier token. I'm not going to blow the Warcrafting here. I could equip it to Robber, but if they have removal, they want to kill this anyway. I could just not equip the Jit, but I think I probably am. Yeah, I'm not in a rush for either of these. The Vortex is pretty good, though. It does trigger this and give them just another thing they have to beat. That's true, too, Derek. Kind of awkward, to say the least. Embarrassing is what it is. Okay, let's think here. I guess it's a lot more mana efficient to do this. You know what? I think I'm just going to attack with Robber and just play a Vortex. Oh, Path to Exile. Nice. That one can target my own things. And I actually think I'm going to path my own Soldier, maybe. Maybe that's a Spew. It does just give me another Soldier. Yeah, it is a literal free land drop. Which is kind of gas. I think I'm going to do it. Please don't. The thing is, they can just kill Robber at some point. I think I'm supposed to. I really do. We could save it, but if they top deck removal... we never get to cast this again. I guess you're right. We just don't need to. Alright, Vortex, go. That's fine. It does look super sweet. I was very tempted. Whatever. Our opponent's probably super dead. They're just dying to their own cards in this game. Oh, what's this? Oh, the Monarchy. We're going to take that right away from them, but... This man, this is the best Warcrafting on a 5-drop I can imagine. 3 extra damage on a 5-mana creature? My god. Whew. That is some nonsense. Alright, I'll take 2. Alright, Warcrafting this. Trigger this. Always yield. Deal 3 excess damage. I'm going to take the Burst Lightning. Kill their Thraben. Actually, no, I want to go face here. If I just attack all and go face, they're dead. Yeah, that makes sense. Attack all at you. Trigger again. Okay, we got an Elite Spellbinder now. Yeah, they are dead if I go face. Is it? Oh, yeah, you're right. All roads lead to Rome, as they say. Alright, well, that was an insane game. Absolutely insane. That was super fun. Okay, so against, like, white-red mid-range pile, Kiki Fury's probably real. I almost want to do the Black Splash to bring in Fire Covenant. Fire Covenant against a creature pile seems super broken. Bitter Blossom is, like, okay against them. Not super good. Hangerback Walker could be real, too. Bernie putting in work. Yeah, big time. I feel like Vortex is pretty terrible against this deck, honestly, especially on the draw. Might bring it back in on the play. We haven't seen any lifelink or anything from them yet. I think I am going to... Well, if I go black, my mana is worse. Yeah, that's true, too. Although Loran is just inherently very good against my deck. So bringing in another thing it can blow up is kind of whatever. Yeah, well, remember, the Jit was their Jit. It was not my Jit. So, not exactly a reliable source of life gain. I have none. I don't know. The blue, like, Iteration is just such a broken card. Like, maybe we just stay on the blue. My mana's better here, too. Fire Covenant does seem really tempting, though. I could be really insane and, like, bring this in and just splash only this and still have the blue. Bring in, like, the black leaf, play some swamps, but that's probably just too greedy. Especially if I'm bringing in Kiki and need as many red sources as possible. Rabblemaster is kind of garbage on the draw against this deck, too. I might cut this as well. What if I just do something like this? I think this is fine. I think I like this. Oh, sure. You're right, Derek. You're right. Well, we can do a lot of things here. I'm certainly keeping this hand. I may just wait to play the pedal until I can deploy the Iconoclast. Like, just go Iconoclast, pedal, trigger, get a guy. It's probably right against this deck. I definitely want as many bodies as I can get. I don't really need to play a 2-drop on turn 1. We'll see what they do, but I think I'd rather just turn the pedal into fast mana and a 1/1. They're on a mold of 5. Well, Robber the Rich ain't going to be too good this game, but fortunately I don't have one in my hand. Alright, that's not a bad draw at all. Yeah, I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to play this, say go. We'll play an Iconoclast, play a pedal trigger, have Burst Lightning available, Mountain go. Thalia would be a little annoying, but then I probably just play a Karizev. Okay, they do nothing. Sure. So I think it's Iconoclast, pedal trigger. Okay. Go. Kicker on Burst Lightning is 4 mana, deal 4 damage, so that's kind of real too. We'll see what they have here. Some sort of removal of this containment. Okay, sure. I'm not even gonna... I'm not spewing my pedal to kill that. I just don't care. If they try and kill this, then I might, but... Bloodchief's Thirst. Alright, now I might Burst Lightning their thing and just get another body. I don't know, though. It's kind of a spew. Like, I don't know if this 2/2 really matters. I think it's fine, though. I'm just worried about them, like, going land, hero, Blade Hold. We haven't seen a hero yet, but it seems very possible it could be in their deck. Like, how much do I value losing a mana and getting a 1/1? I don't know that I value it that much, especially because Karizev... Yeah, I'm not spewing the burst here. There's just no way it's good. Okay. I don't really want to play this yet either, so probably him to Turok's a thing, so I guess I probably want to get this land in first. I'm going to play this land and then play Karizev. We're going to hold this until I see something. Like if they play a Jit, I would name a Jit, for example. Go ahead. Okay. Still just going to be very patient on everything. Alright. I'm going to attack with Karizev. That's pretty straightforward. Okay. I'm going to play this Kumano. And next turn I'll play this and just preemptively name Jite, but I do want the counter, so I think I wait a turn. I don't need the counter necessarily. Maybe that's a spew, but I think holding up Pop Canyon, Burst Lightning is totally fine here. Luris. Okay, thank God I held the Burst Lightning. Holy moly. Okay. Surprised they're not doing any attacking. It's a little odd to me. I'm going to pop this off. Now I'm just going to name Selfless Spirit. Okay, Robber of the Rich. Sure. I'd rather get a counter on this, so I'm going to play Mountain. Play Robber of the Rich. Trigger. Play Revoker. Trigger. I guess Robber of the Rich is still going. My opponent mulled to 5, and Robber of the Rich is still just going to go to town. Alright, well, I'm going to name Selfless Spirit. And we're going to kill this Luris. Burst Lightning here. Combat. Send these two. Opponent might just double block the Robber, honestly, especially if I hit a good card, but that's fine. Hit Mother of Runes? Yeah, they almost certainly have to block the Robber, unless they have an answer, but we'll see what they do. I would imagine it's double block. Really? That has Menace. Okay, I'll first strike your Selfless Spirit. I don't know if they know how this works. This is not a good block. I would like to do that first. It's a little bit heinous from the opponent there. They made the double block, but they just made it on the completely wrong card. Maybe they have a Jit or something, but if they have a Jit, then I just trade Revoker with the Containment Priest, and they can't kill off Robber or Karizev. So it's like not even that good. They would also need a land in that scenario. We also are about to flip Kumano here too. Just have a lot of things going wrong for the opponent here. Shock land is their 4th land drop, ain't great. Winds of Abandon. Sure. I'm going to go get another island. Probably don't need it, but why not? Oh, Chain Lightning. Oh, let's math this out here. Oh, that stops the Kumano. Interesting. Well, how annoying is that? Alright, well, I guess I just have to Chain Lightning this off and then hit them for 6. Alright, well, that was kind of an interesting interaction. I am going to play my land, I guess. We do have Iteration. So having a bunch of lands in play means I can play more expensive spells, put more expensive things into exile and cast them. It's probably good. If they have like a sweeper, this is still a game. Oh my god, this is still a game. Okay, well, we drew the Iteration. Let's go. Still could be a game, though. Oh, Hangerback is pretty darn good. Put one of them into my hand. It doesn't really matter. Hangerback and Mountain, I guess. Bottom this. Exile this. Play this. I can put my opponent to 1. So let's do the math here. I mean, if they don't... I think I'm supposed to attack all, because if they have nothing else, then I can kill them. Because they go to 1, and then the following turn, I attack all, and they would be dead. So I guess I send everything here. Yep. You take 4, go to 1. Draw, go to 3. They are currently dead on board. But we'll obviously see what happens. Yikes. What a disaster. It's a draw a card, gain 2, and get a blocker. Ooh, buddy. Alright, well, we need to find that Nahiri's Warcrafting to deal with this. I can't believe I might lose this game. That's insane. I am going to bring in Vortex back in now that we've seen Shelly. Okay, it's not great. Not great, not going to lie. Alright, yeah, we just, like, have to find the Warcrafting now. I'm gonna hold the land. I don't think does much to play it. Okay. Make a thing. Get a counter. Okay. Alright, that's actually kind of good. If I overload this and attack all, they can't block. I mean, that's got to be the play. Overload this, attack all. They have to chump their Shieldred on something. Probably the hanger back, I suppose. Mana Tide doesn't get me, so I don't really need to play the land. Okay, overload. Could have, like, reprieve. Okay. Combat. And they have to block if they don't have an instant speed removal spell, so... God damn it, dude. Well, that's worst possible for me. By a lot. Alright. Yep. What a crazy game. It's been a fun one. Certainly has been a fun one. Collective Brutality. Jeez, Pete's, dude. Yeah, I guess it makes sense to not attack there. Kiki Jiki. Alright, I'm going to play Kiki. Now Fury is an out as well. Go. CZ Peasy would be really good too. I think I have one of those in my deck as well, although I basically died as Shieldred, but not quite. Oh my god, dude. The Jit here is so disgusting. That's probably going to kill me. I'm going to no block. Because I need them to, like, spew and kill the Kiki and not save plus because I have Warcrafting. Like, I think this is a mistake from them. I think they're supposed to hold the counters because now I could still top deck Warcrafting and win. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, dude. Yeah. We'll go to the next one. That's brutal. That's brutal. All right, Vortex is coming back in. I think I do also want Rabble. They're a little more mid-rangey than I initially thought. Still think I'm pretty happy with everything else. So the question is, what do I not want? Hangerback Walker against Winds of Abandon and Path is probably trash, so let's just cut this. Kiki might be nonsense too, I don't know. Kiki Fury is just, it's so tempting, but it might just not be good. Yeah, let's try this, I think. I wonder if I should play one less land in this deck. I do top out at like 2 4-drops and a 5-drop. So maybe I'm actually supposed to cut a land and play one more spell. Problem is, like, my other spell isn't even going to be that good. It'd either be Kiki or Hangerback, which I'm not super thrilled on. And I'd be cutting a land to add a 5. Just super, super awkward. I think we're going to do this. I mean, I think it's good enough. It's not amazing, but I do think I'm going to keep it. It's certainly not a busted hand, but I think it's, like, fine. We're in danger? Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Drawing this damn Thraben Inspector every game. It's unbelievable. Oh my god. Alright, play this. Go. Kind of just feel like this game's already over. We'll see. Feel like I'm in a bad spot, though. It was a keep that really needed to not draw more lands. Maybe I should have mulled. I don't know. It's tough. It's like we'd always just draw Robber the Rich or something. Like, god damn it, dude. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Attack. Okay. Mountain go. Alright, well, I've not drawn one spell. We kept a 4-lander and have drawn 3 more lands in our 15-land deck. I mean, I do also have a pedal. I mean, we kind of have 17, but it's just the ultimate kick in the balls that I've just drawn 3 actual lands in a row, not even the fast mana. Fast mana doesn't necessarily do anything, but it would make a kicked mortars better. I really have no idea what I'm supposed to do. I think I have to kill the mother and then attack, but then they just double block on the Karizev. And then I have nothing. I could just save Mizium Mortars, I guess, and not attack. That probably has to be the play. It's Chain Lightning Mom, go. Go ahead. Please give me the war crafting. Or the vortex. Honestly, the vortex isn't even good enough, though. They're just going to beat me down. Okay, I mean, sometimes you just keep hand and never draw a spell, I guess. I cannot believe we lost this match. It's technically not over, but we can still draw the war crafting. Okay, so I can kill the Shelly. But I have to Chandra minus and mortars. And then they can kill my Chandra. Still though, I don't really think I have a better option here. Mortars overload doesn't make a lot of sense. Probably just have to do that. Don't really know how I get out of this, but could attack first. You're right, I could, I guess. It's a good point. Yeah, that's the pretty easy block for them. This may have been bad, though, because now they can just attack the Chandra. Yeah, I think we put ourselves in a little bit of a worse situation now. All right, that's okay. That's okay. We're not gonna. We can still win this game. Chandra was always gonna die, and they theoretically could have had a kill spell for this anyway. That's okay. It was too cute, but we're far enough behind that maybe it made sense. They're reprieving my mortars. Okay. It seems very odd, but sure, whatever. I'm just going to pass. Just do the same play next turn and then won't attack. What is this? Cycling a land? Probably cycling. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yep. 4, 5, 6, 7. They might not send everything, but they'll definitely send for like 6 minimum, I think. Draw step puts me to 8. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're just not getting there this game, unfortunately. Just too many lands. I think I did have to keep this hand. I really do. I think the hand was fine. It was like 2 removal spells and a good threat. We just didn't draw our first spell till turn 5. It's a little too detrimental. What is the out in this game? I have no idea how I beat a Jite in play. I could EI into Warcrafting and then try to find a way to beat the Hex Mage. I think that has to be the out. I don't think the Chandra Mortars line is even real anymore. Yeah, we missed. That ain't gonna get it done. Let's just move on. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, on to the next one. That game 2 loss. That was pretty gross. Kinda can't believe we lost, to be honest. Still in shock. opponent's card quality was just better than mine, though. That's what it comes down to. Like, they won on a mulligan to 5 on the play. It's kind of insane. It sure is. Alright, I mean, this hand is pretty good. I'm certainly going to keep it. Naturally, now I have the answer to Shieldred. Of course I do. Alright. I'm just going to pass here. There's no rush on this Lotus Petal. I think I'd much rather hold it. Could Steamkin on turn 1, but I don't think that's as good as Steamkin on turn 2, Pia on turn 3. Really depends what we're playing against, I guess. Alright, so now what I might do is Steamkin Firebolt. Yeah, I'm just going to Steamkin Firebolt this. Probably. I don't really want this to be a thing they can do. Firebolt. Always yield. Next turn we can EI. Dig for some mana, get a trigger on the runaway. So ultimately, I am sad that I didn't turn 1 the Steamkin, but we obviously could have attacked for 2 had we done it, but I had no idea my opponent was doing this. Okay, well, we got Warcrafting for that stupid thing. A lot of X5s in my opponent's decks today. They just kill their X5 and move on with my life. Get out of my way, please. Trigger. 3U. Next turn we can EI and cast Pia. We can do all sorts of stuff. Runaway Steamkin's mana ability going to be pretty good here. I'll look at 0. Combat. Attack. Go. Okay. You can mill a card. That is fine. I'll let them mill probably once or twice, and then they'll start drawing 2 a turn. It's a little dangerous if they're like Reanimator, but they look like a mid-range deck to me. Would have killed for an Abrade. This deck not having any way to blow up artifacts is so aggravating for mono red. No, you may not draw a card. They milled a Renin 6? Okay. Theoretically couldn't cast it, but I don't really know. Oh, that's an interesting one. Huh. Now what do I want to do? Probably... I don't even know how good this is, to be honest. Like, Pia is probably better to just get the flyers. I probably still just want to cast EI, attack for 4, play a Pia. 1/1 servos just don't seem that good to me here. Okay, I'm going to put Chandra in my hand. I think. I could also just put Mortars in my hand, exile Chandra, attack for 4, and then cast Chandra. And then I have a Mortars to deal with their next play. God, Steamkin is so messed up. I think I might actually do that. It's a little greedy. But I don't know. It gives me a way to mana in the Pia still, too. Like, it seems good. Okay. Combat. Cast Pia. Trigger the Steamkin. Exile the top. No, I will not cast it. To you. Go. Sure. Sure. A little bit sad. You can mill cards again. Next turn, they'll probably start drawing. That's probably how I'm going to do this. Likely just going to add mana this turn and play a Pia. Took no damage. They milled field. Okay. It's an awkward land. Yeah, add mana. Play Pia. Play Spire Bluff. Sets me up very nicely for next turn. Go ahead. I don't know. I may have them mill on the Palantir again. Very unlikely they can mill enough CMC to kill me. Card's been pretty awful for them so far. It's just dealt me 2. But it has been doing a lot of scry shenanigans, so who knows. Golos. Yeah, that checks out. Field of the Dead is in their graveyard, so that's nice. They're very close to dead. I can hit them for 2, shoot them for 2 with Chandra, chuck for 2. Chandra Ultimate is on the table now, too. So World Right has let them draw a card now. 3 blind mills could deal me like 10 damage, and that could be enough for me to maybe lose the game. I'm just going to have them draw cards now. Getting a little too dangerous. Alright. So I've got a Firebolt in my yard. How do I want to do this? I believe I just want to exile the top, deal them 2, more than likely. Set up ultimate. What's interesting here is I think I just attack with the Thopters, play Iconoclast, say go. Could attack with Pia as well, and then just go Iconoclast Mortars, but then I don't have any spells in my hands. The ultimate might not matter. I guess I do just have a spell in the yard, though. That's 7 damage all by itself. Maybe I just get this stupid thing off the table. Because if this spins, I could lose. I'm going to do this. Because they have white, black, green, red. So if they had a blue land here, they could spin. It's just way too dangerous. So yeah, we're just mortars this thing right the hell out of here. Losing the Pia is a little unfortunate, but the Chandra ultimate will win the game. I'm also going to hide the land so they don't know I can do it. It would be awkward to them making me discard a card, though. Alright, I'll show them I can do it. Screw it. Go. Liliana uptick could be real there. If they had another black source. Mind twist. There are ways I could get screwed, so let's just make sure that the Firebolt is castable here. So now they have to beat the Chandra, they have to beat the board. Opponent had, yet again, a really cool deck. We've played against a couple of sweet ones so far. My kind of cube decks, just mid-range grindy piles. That's rude. We can still just Firebolt their face, which is certainly something. Okay. Currently they're not dead on board if they play an untapped land. Field of the Dead doesn't trigger. Okay, they are dead on board. Never mind. I'm going to let them draw a card. I don't think they can do anything with colorless mana. Yeah, just attack all here and then Firebolt their face. Skull Clamp's pretty awesome too. Don't really want to show them Skull Clamp, so I'm just going to attack all here. Sick. Alright. Yeah, so Golos. Golos ramp. What does this one do? 5 damage, target creature, Planeswalker. Oh, you know what? I should have boarded this in against the Shieldred deck. Card's, like, not that bad. I am going to bring it in here against Wall of Roots and against Golos. It's really just like a... I'm going to put it as a 1-mana spell, because that's kind of what it is. Not really sure what I don't want. It's some random 1-mana play. Rabbit Battery can maybe go. Probably generically the worst card in my deck. Alright, let's try this. It's a very bad hand. I'm going to mulligan this. I think it's a very bad hand. I mean, we get to turn 1 Iconoclast, I guess. And we have, like, Firebolt to deal with something. Maybe it's actually okay. I've got a redraw on this. I'm actually going to try this. I don't think a turn 1 Iconoclast is that bad. With an answer to mana dork. Okay. I feel like I might just have too many lands in this deck, but it's awkward because I really don't have another good spell to put in the deck. Go. Wall of Omens, give me a break. Alright. That's pretty annoying. Alright, that's a good draw at least. Combat attack. If they block, I'll firebolt it. No blocks, huh? It's freaking annoying. Do I want to firebolt? Not really. No, I don't think I do. I'm just going to pass. Sure. I do get to kill that with Firebolt, so that's pretty good. Chain Lightning. Alright, I'm just gonna play this. Firebolt. Go. Okay. Jeez, dude. It's been a brutal game. Brutal. I think this deck's just playing too many lands. I think I'm just going to cut a land and put the Rabbit Battery back in, but we've flooded in a majority of our games. And we're playing like a 17 land aggro deck that tops out at 1/5 drop, so it makes sense that it's just too heavy. Yeah, I can't really do anything here. I'm just going to pass. Super awkward. Spinning the top, I assume. I'm just going to have 6. I don't plan on popping this cannon off either. Pretty unlikely that I'll do that. I don't know, maybe. Maybe I will. We'll see. Golos for Field of the Dead this game is going to be really rough for me. Don't know that I can really beat it. Okay. Well, maybe I will pop the canyon now. Try and find one of my good 4-drops like Pia. Chandra wouldn't be awful. I'm popping this off. Why would they not have played this first? I don't really understand that. More lands, great. That's what I love to see. At least it's a blue source, though. Chain Lightning. Land go. Probably the Volk, I guess. A little afraid of getting like wastelanded or something ridiculous, but I think I am just gonna play that. Go ahead. Burst Lightning will go at the Foundry if they fire it up again, I think. Cutting a land drop off them seems very good. They probably won't fire it up again, but I think they fired it up into open mana last turn, so they may be crazy enough to do it again. What an absolute psychopath. Alright. Let me just read this real quick. Yeah, it has to tap. Okay, kill this. I mean, now they've lost their Excavator and their Wren, too, so I don't know if they're getting that factory back, which is kind of nice. Fury's a hell of a draw. I'm just going to cast Fury now. Kill their 0-4. Not the most exciting thing I've ever seen, but could be worse. 3-3 double strike that kills their 0-4 blocker. I mean, now I expect them to probably Baleful Mastery the Fury the way this game has gone, but we'll see. Yep. Yep. A little bit annoying, but it's okay. We'll draw a spell one day, yeah, maybe. Ballista for 2. Okay. Warcrafting's pretty awkward against that one. I guess I have a firebolt in my yard. What are they doing? What a stupid, like, why would you play that into the firebolt? They forget about it, maybe? They must have. And I'm gonna just kill their thing. Like, why wouldn't you just wait a turn and make it a 3-3? It's so silly. It's 4 mana to deal 2 damage and time walk me, kind of, but it seems bad to me. But we'll see what happens. Now they spin the top again. No, they played a tap Triome there, Kyle. I think I like have to find the Pia to beat them. I just need some Flying Thopters. That is going to be almost impossible. I need Pia. Pia's the only way I beat this. Okay, that is actually very good as well. Okay, land, Warcraft your thing. Look at the top 3 cards, can play one of them. Hopefully it's a Pia. What a frickin' joke. Okay, I'll exile this one, I guess. Play this, draw 2. Okay. That can maybe get me back in it too, we'll see. Sure. Okay. feeling a Golosin coming here, but we do have the Mind Collapse for it. Yep. They get a fetch land, that's pretty smart. Vortex is interesting. Equip this. Deal 5, sack this. Do I attack here? I think I do, honestly. Especially considering I'm going to Vortex them. This game is actually still winnable, which is kind of nuts, but I believe this game is still a winnable game of Magic. Okay. Play this. Go. Still have not drawn the card I said I think we need to draw to win the match either, so we'll see if we can find the Pia. The Pia would be quite good. They're going to pop their Peat land, I assume. Okay, spin their top. Sure. Classic top gaming over there. Unban top. We could certainly unban top. You know what I was thinking about this morning, actually? They should I actually think Deathrite Shaman would be totally fine again in Modern. I don't even think it'd be... I'm not even certain Deathrite is very much better than Ragavan. It doesn't die to Bowmaster, so now it probably is, but... Like, before Bowmaster got printed, I really don't think that card was much better than Monkey. Would attack the Scam deck pretty well, too, although Scam would probably just play it, but Deathrite Shaman would still be nuts. Yeah, I mean, they'd all be nuts. Is Deathrite Shaman even that much better than Darcy or Monkey? I don't think it is. Like, I don't think it should be on the ban list at all. I don't think it's... Delighted Halfling is also insane. Like, holy shit. Alright, Escape to the Wilds is pretty scary here. Yeah, top is definitely an interesting one. They didn't hit another land. They hit a Worm Coil, but they can't gain life. They can cast their Courser. They have to take a damage. Alright, so they play that, and they probably pop the Vortex. Okay. Game is still, I think, winnable, though. I have to draw Pia, though. Pia is, like, pretty much my only out that I can think of. Okay, I'll take 2. I'll attack you with Pyro. Might be some combination of burn spells that can get me there too, but it's if they don't block. I don't think they will block because of the clamp. It just seems bad. Darcy's kind of nuts, actually. I'm going to attack. I have Delirium too. This is just a 4-power flyer. Like, they're literally at 1. Huh. What a neat game. You don't think Deathrite should be unbanned? I mean, maybe it shouldn't, but I don't really think it's much higher power level than Monkey or Darcy. Certainly not Monkey. All right, they do block. Okay, well that opens up more windows. I think that's a bad block, to be honest, but I'll take it. Always yield. Kumano, Ruby. Okay, so let's play Darcy. Let's cast Ruby, trigger. I don't think that's good enough. I'm going to bin this. I think it has to be exactly Pia. Pia is how I win. I probably cast Kumano. Trigger again, and then I can make some 1/1s. I'm going to bin this too. Go ahead. Because the thing is, if they play Wormcoil, which is kind of my expectation, I guess they can Grist too. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm screwed. Who knows? Skull Clamp definitely gives me a chance. They probably go Grist minus, sack a 2/2, kill your Darcy here, and then play Wormcoil Engine. They have 9 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They only have 8 mana, actually. So if they don't have an untapped land, they can't do both. And you have to assume Wormcoil would be their play. But Wormcoil is really awkward because I can just clamp up the Darcy and hit them for 4, and then any bolt effect kills them. So they might not even play Wormcoil here. Okay, they are going to play the Wormcoil. I think this is a pretty bad play. This is certainly not what I would do. I would go Courser, Grist, Mother. But, I mean, I don't know what their last card... I guess they do still get to Mother. That still doesn't beat the Pia, though. The Pia can block Worm and then chuck at their face. Okay, end step. Get these back. Chain Lightning is all... Oh, well, now I can name Mother of Runes. That's interesting. Let's start here. Skull Clamp one of these. Draw 2. Chandra is 2 more damage. They're at 1. What a crazy game. How... I mean, I've got a Clamp, right? This still isn't good enough, so Clamp... So annoying, dude. I cannot believe I'm not going to win this game. I didn't have a Pia in the top 30 cards. It's so disgusting. Play Revoker Magda? I guess, yeah. I mean, that is probably the play, but... I don't have any more, Tegan. There are no more bolts in my deck, unfortunately. I don't think, anyway. I only have the Chain Lightning. Yeah, I'm going to revoke her, name Mother of Runes, obviously. And then play Magda. Oh, clamp it, you were saying? Yeah, the problem is Chapter 2 on Kumano was really awkward here because I was always going to get another counter on a creature, which is awkward with the clamp. I don't have another bolt, so that's not really a thing I can do. Have I used my Mizium mortars yet? I guess I could overload a mortars and kill all their things. Maybe that could get me the win. I think I still have a mortars in here. I can beat just Wormcoil, I think. Play Magda. Play land. Say go. I guess once Kumano flips, I could like Chandra minus and do another. So if I found Mizium mortars, yeah, I don't know. This is actually an interesting spot. We'll see what happens. My opponent's clock is getting kind of low too, and we're up a game, so I guess that's an avenue to victory in this match. But that's not really how I want to win. I would like to just win. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, so I just can't block, right? There's no way blocking makes sense. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to take 10. They gain 6. They actually may be dead. They may have exposed themselves here. Because I can play that. They're actually... This flips into a 2-2 as well. Like, this is not... They are not in that great of a spot. We'll see what their follow-up play is. That ain't it. I'm going to let them draw a card. I'm certainly not going to let them blind mill and kill me. I think they might have just lost the game. Yes. Okay. I play this, make a 1-1. That's lethal in itself. And we've got to deal 2 here. They have to have removal for Darcy or they lose. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that play... Oh my goodness. Unbelievable win. Unbelievable win. Opponent, I mean, the Wormcoil was such an awful line 2 turns ago. I have no idea why they did this instead of just like play Grist, play Courser, play Mother, and then kill the Darcy. That was just so much better of a play. But opponent decided to lose the game. Thank you, opponent. All right, well, I'm going to edit this deck. We're playing too many lands. I hate this. I'm going down to 16 mana sources, and I want something else in my deck. I might just main deck Sword of Fire and Ice, to be honest. A little bit of card draw could go a long way. I have a lot of creatures. Me included, that's fair. That's fair, Roy. Yeah, that was a pretty nuts win. I did not think we'd win that, much like how I didn't think we'd lose Game 2 of the last match, so... To be fair, like, I should have brought in Mind Collapse against my Shieldred opponent. I completely blanked. I thought Mind Collapse blew up an artifact or something. I'm going to be honest, it's a new card to the cube, I think, and I've never seen it before, so I kind of just brushed it off and thought it was a terrible card, but it's really not that bad. Sack a Mountain, deal 5 is... I mean, sometimes you just gotta pay 0 mana and deal 5 damage and sack a land. I mean, that's really not that bad at all. Force Storm every draft. The cards they've added to the cube this year are really cool for Storm. There are multiple of them. They added Candelabra now. They added that 2-mana artifact where all spells cost 1 less. I wouldn't mind trying to force, like, Blue Storm. I probably would want to try Mono Blue, honestly. Like, High Tide, Candelabra. Cube is better than ever. Yeah, they've done a good job. A lot of the cards that they've added are pretty strong. The Weathered Wayfarer is actually pretty cool. It, like, looked bad on paper, but I've actually really liked that one being in the cube. It does some really cool stuff for the land-based strategies. This hand is so awkward. God dang it. I don't think I can keep this, unfortunately. It's so close. If I had any 2-mana creature, I would keep it, but it just doesn't do anything if I don't draw another land. We'll mull. Alright, this one is much, much better. Sword of Fire and Ice is not guaranteed to be good, but it certainly could be. I could just get rid of the Petal. Kind of just want to get rid of the Petal here, I think. Turn 1, Kumano, your turn. Turn 2, Beaumont, Burst Lightning, your play if you have one. Okay. I don't think I'm going to Burst Lightning that. It's kind of like a spew. Oh, okay, that's a hell of a draw there. Spider-Man meme? Yeah. We're just going to play Robber the Rich. Excuse me, Robber the Rich. It's time to rob the rich. Give me a Mox. Are they going to force a will this? Subtlety, I guess they could have too. Okay, they have force a will, sure. It's pretty annoying. But whatever, I'll take my 2 for 1, I guess. Well, maybe I am going to Burst Lightning this Beaumont. We'll see. I may also just play Sword of Pro their deck. Sword of Pro their deck is almost certainly the line here. And then next turn, just Beaumont, throw Sword on it. Well, I'm happy I put this in my deck. Please don't have Mana Leak. Or Miscalc, thank you. Or Braid. Braid would suck too. Alright, they had none of it. Yep. It's fine with me. They don't get to play anything they hit unless it's a Mox. So they can only hit a 0 here and play it. They've already played their land. So I think we're in pretty good shape. Game is about to be over. We'll see. But yes, I think they'll be in big trouble here when I play a Beaumont and throw an equipment on it. And then kill their Beaumont and draw a card. They could have a Braid, but... Fiery Confluence, I guess, gets them out of it too pretty handily. Attack. Trigger. Deal 2. Okay, not horrible. Take it. Opponent agrees with you, Roy. Just can't beat the Sword of Pro their deck. Unlucky. Alright, nice. That's cool. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really think I want to change anything. Mind Collapse is kind of interesting if I think they're on, like, Deceiver. But we haven't really seen anything that would imply Twin yet. I mean, they're on Blue-Red, so they definitely could be. Just being Blue-Red means you might be Twin, but... Fire Covenant is interesting if I thought they were on Twin. I could, like, go off the blue onto the black. For like Bitter Blossom, Fire Covenant. Bitter Blossom probably okay against their deck. My mana gets like slightly worse I have to play one less dual land and one more swamp, probably. Makes my Skull Clamp a lot better. It's kind of interesting. I think I'm going to try it. I don't think the blue seems that good against them. Hangerback could be good too, yeah. Let's first bring in the black cards. Revoker, probably still good. Yeah, I could see Hangerback maybe being good too. Let's bring it in. Let's cut these. And then I have to play the Cliffs. And then Swamp. 3 of them. 3 Swamp is super awkward, but... At this point, I might want to cut the Petal, but... fast mana is still good. What do we not like for the Hangerback? Maybe Rabbit Battery? Rabbit Battery might be the worst card here. Generically the worst card in my deck, I guess. Burst Lightning, Chain Light. Yeah, I think we're going to do this. Yeah, I like the Hangerback idea. It's probably good into blue-red. Could be really bad if they are playing Dak, but Dak, again, like Dak is just kind of great against my deck. I have a fair amount of artifacts anyway. If they do have Dak, I probably will cut the Hangerback, but... yeah. Firebolt, Robber the Rich, easy peasy. Strong hand. Definitely keeping it. Great mana. No way I'm shipping this. Opponent also keeps. Sure. Okay. Go. Robber's not going to be robbing much anytime soon, but still going to play it here. Probably. I guess if they play Mana Rock Artifact, I will revoke that, but... Oh, that's an annoying one. They did not look like they were Storm, but... Yeah, maybe they're just playing this as like a good creature. I don't know. It's interesting. Oh, Kari Zev was a great draw there. Alright, let's play Kari Zev. Nothing else makes a lot of sense. This might entice them into blocking the monkey, too, and then I can Firebolt their thing off. I also get to play Robber the Rich next turn, potentially. I'm a little worried they're just, like, going to storm off on me. Okay, maybe not. I'm glad I brought Fire Covenant in. How good would that be right now? Okay, a Ruby's kind of sick. So yeah, let's go ahead and play a Robber. They might just double block the Robber, though. Yeah, I don't even love playing the Robber. I think I just want to attack with Kari. Let's attack with Kari. Robber doesn't make a lot of sense. I think I would rather kill the Rona than the Baral, but I'll take whatever I can get here. Okay. That will be dying. Okay, kill this. I'm going to play a land first here so I don't get pierced. I can even play this if I don't want to get mana leaked. can't counterspell. They could have Mana Leak, Miscalc, Spell Pierce, so the 3 cards on the radar here. Is Mana Leak even in the cube? I don't even know if Mana Leak's in the cube. I know Miscalc is. We could play our creatures. We could all... I'm kind of thinking we might just, like, Firebolt and Pyro. But maybe Robber is still good. Oh, I guess we can just revoke Rona. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play this to play around Mana Leak, just in case. I do not want to get Mana Leaked here. And then we're going to do this. We're going to revoke the Rona. And we'll just say go. What? Where is Rona? What? Why can I not? Do I have to... There it is. Herald of Invasion. Okay. Go. So they're playing, like, Is It Legends over there. Pretty cool. Cool deck. Alright, well now Robber can start triggering, so I'm going to play Robber, land, Robber, attack with not Revoker. Yeah, I agree it is, for sure. And now Robber gets to start triggering too, so we're just like playing off their deck as well. Unlucky. Unlucky. I almost think that Peasy is just worth casting right now. Magda kind of sucks. So I think I'm just going to Peasy and turn this into a 1-1. I don't even want to spend mana on this card at all. Doesn't line up good into the 1-3. Sure. Second main, play this. Okay, pitch this, draw 2. Oh, baby. With 20 life still, too, by the way. This is just going to be a 3-mana Plague Wind. Oh, my God. All right, that's awesome, dude. Let's go. It's an instant too. It's like 3 mana, lose 7, deal 7 divided. It's that's nice. Yeah, I've actually never cast this card before. This will be my first time ever casting it if we get to cast it. But yeah, in a very aggressively slanted deck. I mean, it's super nuts, right? Because your opponent's going to be on the back foot most of the time. You're going to have a ton of life to spend, and it's just like a one-sided wrath. Maybe I should have been black the entire time. Bitter Blossom Skull Clamp is maybe just too busted to not play. Iconoclast and EI really did not do that much for me. I kind of hit... Well, EI in the one game where I like hit the Chandra with the Steamkin was super good, but... I don't know. EI is a really messed up card too. It's totally worth splashing, but... May have been better to be Bitter Blossoming and fight. It was also a thing my mana was better in the blue build, so... I'm going to hardcast Fury here. Treachery. Alright, I mean, that's pretty annoying, but, like, it's still in play. Hopefully they just play another creature. Please just play another creature. Dang it. Really wanted them to play another creature there. I mean, I'm probably just going to Covenant, deal 3, deal 1. Kill both their things. They have Firebolt here, too. We are cubing it up. Zach, how you doing, man? They almost certainly do not have Mana Leak because they didn't Mana Leak this, but they could have drawn a Mana Leak, so I suppose playing this still probably makes sense. Play this. I'm just going to Fire Covenant 3-1 and then attack all. Alright, opponent's had enough. Fire Covenant there, just way too strong. Alright, so we broke even on that one. We're going to fire off another one, and then that'll probably do it for today. One more cube, and then... Any cool new cards? There are some cool new cards, Zach. We'll do a cube, right? We'll do a draft right now, and I can bring up some of the new ones as they show up. Bowmaster's in the cube now. Ring's in the cube now. All right, I'm kind of in for Knight's Whisper, Snapcaster Mage. I'm going to max this and get rid of the chat, and I guess I don't want to max this. Let's do that. Okay. Anyway, I love cards like Knight's Whisper. I might just take Knight's Whisper. Snapcaster Mage is super insane too, obviously. Whisper and Archon, yeah. I don't know. I hate Reanimator. I like, don't get me wrong, I'll play it sometimes. It's a great deck. I just don't like playing it very much. I don't think it's that fun. I'll do it like once a year, but it's not an archetype I'm trying to play very often. If it was your cube, I'd be grabbing lands. Yeah, I know. Yours is not Power Cube, though, which is a very different animal. I think I'm going to take Knight's Whisper, and we're going to try to build like a grindy mid-range deck. Surprise, surprise, I want to play a grindy mid-range deck, but anyway, let's take this. How about like a... Alright, well, there's a Badlands. Do we just play Rakdos again, but it's like grind or Jund? I think I might just take the Badlands. EI is really sweet, but I don't want to put myself into Grixis already. I'm just going to take lands. Let's just get lands, and we'll figure out where to go from there. Marsh Flats is pretty good. Stoneforge Mystic this early would be really cool. Yeah, Zach, that's fair. We could. That's fair, Derek. Yeah, I totally respect that. Yeah, I'm just going to take the flats. We're probably just going to play some value pile. All right, we have some decisions to make here. I typically love Vraska. And it would fit right into a Jund shell. Vraska is super good in this cube usually. It deals with a lot of things. And then also functions as a card advantage source. I think I'm just going to take Vraska. Uro is really messed up too, but I'm kind of thinking we might not be blue. The 5-drop? Yeah, this card is really stupid too. We certainly could take this and play Mardu. Yeah, we could play Mardu. Mardu will probably be pretty open too, because white's just always open. Yeah, you know what? That's probably smart, Derek. I like that. And we could just try playing a million colors too. We could just play some weird like mid-range value pile. Which means I might just take the Relic here. Coalition Relic's a pretty good card anyway. Ramps us into this dragon. I think I'm into the Coalition here. If we would have taken Vraska, I probably would have taken Grist, but... Reprieve and try to wheel Tide Hollow. That could have been good too. Commando's also a really good card. Disenchants are just strong, and when it comes on a creature, it can be even better. I think this card is very underplayed, actually. Dark Commando is a really strong Magic card. I played it in one of the Pioneer showcases and went 6-3 with like a Yorion black-white deck featuring 4 of these. But I'm gonna take Relic. This card is insane. Dual land is pretty good. Dam is pretty good. I think I'm just going to take the dual. We will get another playable out of this pack, almost certainly, between Dam, Guardian, Warcrafting. Got like 3 really good hits here. I'm just taking the Cliffs. Red-White Talisman. I mean, that's got to be strong. Retrofitter Foundry's really messed up, too. I could take the Retrofitter and we try to find a Saga at some point. But on-colored Talisman, I mean, that's pretty hard to pass up. I'm just going to take this. Plateau. I guess I take Plateau. I mean, we're just... It's kind of awkward. I keep seeing a lot of really good green cards. I do somewhat wish we would have been Jund. I guess we could still be Jund. But at this point, I've already taken White Talisman. Like, White is very open, obviously, too. I'm just going to take Plateau. We're just going to... We're committed to Mardu. We're going to make this work. All right, Oust. Oust is fine. Karmic Guide can be sweet. Elspeth could be pretty good. Even to take an Oust. It's not super exciting, but I do want some early removal in this deck. Sun Titan could be good here. We don't have a ton of good stuff for it yet, but we could probably make it good. Touch the Spirit Realm's not terrible, but it only deals with artifacts and creatures, so it's just like worse than an O-Ring most of the time. I think I was going to take Sun Titan. This is a pretty nice closer. Alright, we wield Stoneforge Mystic. That's unbelievable. And Thraben Inspector. I'm going to take Stoneforge, but... And Wall of Omens. And Vraska. What the hell? I can't believe this card wheeled. Alright, well, we're going to take Wall of Omens. I mean... I guess we're going to take Thar Commando. I mean, we're just... right now, we're basically just mono-white right now, but we're just like a white mid-range deck. Splashing maybe Night's Whisper, and I mean black has been super cut, super duper cut. I guess I'll take a Voice, even though I'm almost certainly not going to play that. I'll take this too. Weird draft so far. White is wide open, and that's about all I know, is that white is open. It's possible we just won't play black at all. Loran is very good. I'm going to snap up the Loran here. Lelia's really messed up too. But I kind of feel like this deck is just going to be a white mid-range pile. Maybe not even splashing black. We'll see what happens. Lelia is very good. You're certainly not wrong, but... Disenchants are just so busted in the cube. It's just unreal how good these are. Like, I would almost argue that I would rather have Loran than Lelia in most decks. I just value Disenchant so high. Yeah, I agree. 4th Yorlings would be unreal. We might wheel the Rex Age. It's possible. White has been really open. All right, fine. I'll listen to you. We'll see what happens. All right. Well. All right. We have to decide. God, Fiery Confluence now too. Fiery Confluence is insane. K-Command's insane if we still want it to be black. Although I kind of think black is not going to happen. I think I'm just going to cut this more than likely, and we're just going to be red-white mid-range. Fiery Confluence is so nuts. I think I'm just going to take this. There are some sick cards in this pack, though. Confluence is good. Figure's good. Jit's good. K-Command's good if we wanted to stay on the black train, but I don't think I do. I'm just going to put this in my sideboard. I'm probably going to move this over to my sideboard, too. I am going to keep... I don't even know. The Badlands is fetchable off the flats. So I guess I'll keep the Badlands. It's just better than Basic Mountain most of the time. I'm just going to take Fiery Confluence, I think. Oh my god. Mind Twist? I might... Alright, we might be back into the Splash Black for Mind Twist. I mean, this card is not okay. Yeah, I'm twisting. We're Mind Twisting. I'm sold. I'm back into black. We could take one of these other cards, but I don't have the discipline to pass Mind Twist when I already have multiple duels. Now we get a Vindicate here, too. Duretti's an option. Mana Vault's an option. How is a Mana Vault still in this pack? Are you kidding me? I might just take Mana Vault. Like, what is this doing here? That's unreal. What is it doing in the pack? I can't even believe... This is like a pick 4, pack 2 Mana Vault. How has nobody wanted this card? That's insane. Godless Shrine. I've got a lot of good playables here. I'm just going to take the Godless. It's another fetchable as well. Leonin Relic Order is very strong. I love me a Karn Scion of Urza. Let me tell you what. I might actually just take Karn Scion of Urza. I think I am. We might be able to wheel this. I'm taking Karn. Karakas is very good too. Yeah, that's true. I'm taking Karn anyway. Wandering Emperor, Grave Titan, Triome. Just a ton of good options here. Grave Titan, a little heavy in black, so I don't think I want to play that. Another duel just seems kind of real to me, but maybe that's a little much. Maybe I'm getting a little heavy on the dual lands. It only adds 2 of my colors, but I don't know. I think making my mana good is like... Let's count the spells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I only have 13 playables right now. I'm going to have to be a little careful, but I'm going to take the Emperor. That might not be right. I think it's pretty close. Showdown of the Skulls is pretty sick. Mizium Mortars is probably good. Boonbringer could be okay. I think I'm going to take Mizium. Not the best Showdown deck ever. Don't have enough cheap cards. I'm just going to take the Mizium. Yeah, gives us a sweeper, potentially. Well, now we have another sweeper. I'm going to board this one. The double black one, but it's a good card. It's definitely going to my sideboard. Enlightened Tutor, yeah, it doesn't really do anything in this deck, so let's put this over here. Oh, I've got Knight's Whisper over here just chilling. I need to... Okay, so now we have another real decision. Do I take Golos or K-Command? I kind of just want K-Command. Yeah, I think I'm taking K-Command. Karn seems like a weird pick. Maybe. My deck needs some card advantage, though. I don't know. We're just like playing a mid-range pile. You have to have draw 2s in your mid-range pile, man. Well, I guess we're taking Blood Tithe Harvester. Maybe we can get a Fable, too. It's like a pretty awkward Blood Tithe deck. Now I wish I would have taken the Duel instead of the Emperor, maybe, but... Okay, I guess I'll take a Duretti. This deck looks kind of awesome. Baleful versus Gideon. They're both good. I just love drawing cards, man. I want to 2-for-1 my opponent. I want to 1-for-1 them and then 2-for-1 them into the dust. Alright, we're gonna... Actually, this is a pretty okay Mentor deck. I'm gonna try Mentor. I've already got plenty of ways... Okay, Evolved Sleeper's not bad here either. Alright, I need more duels, honestly. We're really getting there with our playables. Very happy with where we're at playable-wise. So I really just want, like, 4 more dual lands. If I get 4 more duels, I'll be very happy with this deck. Like, I don't even need many more playables. The end of that pack was insane. We just got, like, all good cards. Vista doesn't really count. Kinda counts, I guess. Maybe I take Vista? Oh, you know what? Batter Skull with Stoneforge. I don't know that I can give that up. I probably can't give that up. Alright, I'm going to take Batter Skull. I like Batter Skull without Stoneforge, to be honest. Custody Lich is pretty good, too. Liliana's pretty good. Mightstone's pretty good. Parallax Wave's pretty good. We have tons of good cards we can get out of this pack. But I'm going to take the Batter Skull, I guess. Oh, look. Fable of the Mirror Breaker in the deck. That's fair, Royal. That is true. All right, Baleful in. Oh, Arid Mesa. Arid Mesa. Get in my deck. Mesa's probably better than Catacombs. Yeah, it's like certainly better than Catacombs. Gets both my fetchables. Call of the Ring, Zach. That's one of the new cards here. Any of the Lord of the Ring cards. I would probably take that if it wheeled, honestly. So this is kind of insane, but I think I'm going to take this Renin 6, and if we get a fetchable green land, if we get that, like... I mean, I'm not losing out on really anything. So, like, Faithless Looting is not very good in a deck like this. It's, like, okay with Monastery Mentor, but I don't really get value off cards in my yard. So, I'm just gonna... We'll see. We'll just see what happens here. If I get a couple fetchables, maybe there's a world. Alright, well, I'm taking that Abrade. Sarah Paragon hopefully wheels, but I'm never passing Abrade. This card's insanely good in Vintage Cube. If you haven't noticed, I like blowing up people's artifacts. I like being the guy who doesn't take the ramp and blows up all the ramp and doesn't let my opponent's decks function. That's one of my favorite things to do in Vintage Cube. I think I'm pretty happy with this deck so far. Like I said, my goal is 9 duels by the end of this pack. We might not quite get there. We might end up on 7 or 8, but I'll be happy with 7 or 8 too. Hopefully we can get that Vista back. We probably can't, but I do think we needed to take Batterskull, given that we already have a Stoneforge. Really need to make that a real card. That is a beautiful fetchable land. That makes Ren very real now, because this can get fetched by both Marsh Flats and Mesa, so I have like 3 quote-unquote green sources. It's an easy pickup here. Alright, Palantir's kind of interesting, actually. Noxious Gearhulk is also interesting. And Wrath of God is interesting for the sideboard. I think it's between these two. We have a Ren in the sideboard, yeah. Which may or may not be coming into my deck. If I wield the other fetch, I'll almost certainly play it. I don't know what I'm supposed to take between these two. I think it's very close. Palantir's a little slow to develop. I think I'm going to take Noxious. May or may not play this. Okay, ECD is insane. There's also another dual land. Yeah, if I didn't have Karn already, I probably would have taken the ball. Overgrown Tomb is interesting too, yeah. Can only get it off one of my fetches. But you might be right. God, ECD is so insane, though. I'm going to take the ECD. Alright, Copperline Gorge for Renin 6. We'll take this. Man, we get a Kroxa, too? This deck is sweet. I'm going to take the Kroxa. I don't even know if we're going to play Kroxa, but it's going in. This could be a good sideboard card. Green Splash. Nothing really matters. Just going to take that. Whatever. And another dual land that works. Okay. We're going to be playing Ren, almost certainly. These aren't fetchable, but who cares? Like, they still cast Ren in 6. I only have 2 fetches, but I think Ren is still probably pretty good, especially given that I have, like, Fable and... Yeah, I don't know. This will be an interesting one to build here. Very interesting one to build. Can probably board the Gear Hulk or the Sun Titan. I think Sun Titan's very good in this deck. I have a lot of permanents I can buy back. Yeah, I agree. I think I want to sideboard this. I think I kind of got there with removal, so I may sideboard the Oust as well. So these are mana, but they're obviously not the same as lands, but like you can't really count them like you can on Mox, but I probably only want like 18 mana sources in my deck, so I'm probably going to cut one spell and then add I don't know. I'm not sure how many mana sources I want to play in my deck. It's always hard to know. I don't know. Stoneforge or Batterskull is still pretty good. I think I do want it. That's good enough for me. So I'd want to add like 4 lands, I guess, and then one more spell. Maybe it's just the Wrenn. Could also just not play the Wrenn. We could not mess around with the Wrenn. Then our mana stays about the same. It doesn't get much better or worse, but then we don't have this card that we maybe can't cast. But I guess I also just have Coalition Relic to cast this too. It might just be cleaner to just have a Gear Hulk in my deck. It pays off the ramp to have another 6-drop too. I'm actually going to do this and then add 4 lands. I'll believe that that's correct. Let's count our sources just to be sure, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 white cards. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, so there's no reason to play Gorge anymore, or the Peatland. Yeah, the Peatland I don't think I want to necessarily play either, although it's kind of just a better swamp in some games because it can redraw. Maybe that's good. Does give me a little utility. It might be better than a basic swamp, actually. Let's add a mountain. Alright, let's start counting the sources again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 white cards. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, kind of 7, kind of 8. Kind of 8 white sources. How many black sources? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kind of 8 black sources. Red, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kind of 8. So we're just 8, 8, 8. Probably about right. Yeah, it seems okay to me. Let's try it. Let's see how it goes. Wait, hold on. This is only 13 lands. Never mind. I need to cut more cards. I was thinking, okay. I need to cut at least 2 more cards, I think. So if we're going to do that, then get this back out, probably the Kroxa, and then add another plains, and another swamp, I think, are going to be my ads. Because of the Evolved Sleeper specifically, I want more black. And I have multiple double whites at the top. Alright, now this looks more reasonable to me. Still really not that many lands. 15 lands in a mid-range deck is super awkward. I might need to play one more land still. Maybe could cut the Baleful. Board in the Baleful. We'll see what they suggest. They don't have a suggestion. Do I just want to go even 999 on the sources? That might be right. This looks probably correct to me. I think I'm going to do this. Should be an interesting deck. Alright, here we go. Well, I do just get to put a turn 1 Coalition Relic into play with this hand. I think it's good enough, honestly. Turn 1 Coalition Relic, turn 2 to ready, K-Command, whatever. I think I keep. Okay. That may change what I do. Probably not. I don't think it really changes much. I think I just have to Mana Vault and put the Relic in. I still can't kill their thing. Put a charge counter here. Go ahead. Good news is I can either Duretti, Abrade, K-Command, or Mortars next turn, depending on what I choose to do. That's if they don't blow up my Relic. If they blow up my Relic, the game's probably over, honestly. This is part of the reason I don't love playing decks like this all the time. Alright, I'm just going to discard this. I can buy it back with K-Command later. So this is pretty free. I will take a damage. Okay, we've got options. I have a funny play here where I could just Duretti, sack the Mana Vault, kill the monkey. And then I don't have to keep taking pain from this stupid thing. I'm going to add a red. All right, let's think about what we want to do here. What is the best line? It's going to be kill monkey in some capacity. I'm just not sure. If it's kill monkey, they discard. Kill monkey, return the bird. Play to ready, sack, vault, kill monkey. Or I could not play a 3-drop at all and just, like, abrade the monkey or mortars the monkey and then put a charge counter again and then play Duretti onto a clean board next turn. Could also just Duretti plus. Duretti plus gets both a blocker in their way and a walker to oppose the Ragavan. Problem is if they can get the blocker out of the way and hit me, that's super awkward. I think this probably makes the most sense. The question is, do I sack the Mana Vault and just guarantee that the monkey dies? I still have a Duretti in play at that point. Yeah, I know, it really does. I'm just gonna plus. This is really interesting. This was a super hard turn. But I think leaving the ability to murder something bigger than the Ragavan is probably good. What does the ultimate on this do? Okay. Jesus, an Ancient Tomb. This is screwed up. Custody Lich. Yikes. Well, that could not have gone too much worse. Oh, this game's probably over. Turn 1 monkey, turn 2 custody lich. Pretty good for my opponent. I guess turn 3 custody lich, but still insane. At least they're not hitting me with monkey, I guess. But they have the monarchy. It's going to be really hard to get out of this. Okay. So, the key is get this thing into play. So I think I need to, like, play a 2-drop here and just, like, plus. I think I kill the Lich and then put a charge counter on this. And then if I draw a land, I can just play this thing. Oh, but I have to K command. Alright, so that's fine. Play this. Plus this, I think. Pass turn. Leave up Kalagan's command. Command the Lich, return the bird. Probably going to be my line. They're going to have the monarchy for a while. I just have to accept it. It'll push. Okay, you got it. Two damage. Red, black, whatever. Kill your thing, get my bird back. God damn it, man. Ragavan is so stupid, man. Ragavan is such a broken-ass magic card. It's just freaking insane. Alright, let's take more damage. No. Jesus Christ. Alright, so here. Alright, so here I believe the play. What up, Create? I think I have to kill both these here, so I think I sack the vault, kill the Goblin Shaman, and then I can kill the Monkey on their turn with the Abrade. Could also, I guess, just plus again. I could just plus again, get another blocker in the way, make him kill a blocker again. Oh yeah, of course we are. Yeah, so I have to keep the Duretti available then, for sure. Alright, let's plus. Fast turn. Okay, Kroxa is indeed an option, but we can Duretti it off. Maybe steal the Monarchy. We're gonna need the Sun's Glory to steal this game. So we need a land quite badly. You may attack. Yeah, I mean, we can, like, Duretti, sack Mana Vault, kill Kroxa if they get Kroxa back, and then if we get an untapped land, play the Sun's Glory, attack, steal the Monarchy, gain life. It's still very much a game. If we can find some mana. Probably discard the Blood Tithe Harvester, because I can return that with Sun Titan later. That's probably right. Yep. It is going to be the Blood Tithe for me here, for sure. Could be the Sun Titan. I guess it could be the Sun Titan, but Sun Titan is just such a good closer. I think it's just Harvester. I don't know. Like... Put a charge counter on this. Untapped land one time, please. Okay. Mind Twist isn't the worst. It's still very bad, but it's not the worst. It does just get rid of their entire hand. Although maybe I want to do 2 at random. I may just want to do 2 here. I don't know, man. This is so stupid. Then they can... They're still going to have a bunch of fuel for this Kroxa. I don't know. Would I rather do 2 at random and then get a charge counter? I think I need to play the Sun's Glory. I think it's just too important. So So I think I have to do this for 2. I don't think I can win the game if I don't get the Sun's Glory down. I'd like to target you, please. I'd like to do this. Okay, well, we hit some pretty good ones there, I guess. Although, Woodfall, it doesn't even look like they can hardcast that thing. Well, maybe they can, actually. They were kind of close. Alright, go ahead. Wait, this thing's only -1? That is insane. -1 sack and artifact murder? I thought it was -2. Holy crap. That is a obscene card. Put a charge counter on. Ah! This is so annoying, man. Add a white. Just gonna play a Mentor. Plus ready. Could minus, but I don't love that. Go. Someday maybe I can hit another mana source. This is why I hate artifact mana, by the way. I think my hand was a keep. Like, I do think I was supposed to keep, but it's just awful. Awful, awful, awful. Oh my god, dude. Alright, well, I kept the one card I needed. Sure. Gix. Okay, that's not doing much. I am going to have to kill that, certainly. I'm going to put a charge counter here, but I need that to not be able to activate. Can I just draw a frickin' land, please? Please give me a land. Please. Thank you, deck. Add a red. Or a white. Doesn't actually matter. Play this. Fetch. Probably just did another swamp is fine. Yeah, they have no colored mana open, so they're kind of screwed here. Combat. Attack. I should have killed the Gix, actually. This was so stupid. I should have killed the Gix first. Because I know I'm going to do that anyway. Now I lost a Rebel I shouldn't have lost. Pretty poor. But I do get the Monarchy back. Go. Yeah, that's just really weak on my part. They do get to Kroxa again. But actually, yeah, they do. They do get to Kroxa again. Which is annoying, but fine. I'm just going to go block. Super easy block situation for me. Don't give them the Monarchy back. Still have to ready sack Relic to kill the Kroxa here. Keep the Monarchy. Keep the bird. Yep. You got it. Sure. Okay. Yep. Okay. This time, yeah, Duretti is like soloing this opponent, honestly. Alright, I'm going to float a mana. I mean, it doesn't actually matter. Float a mana. Sack. Combat. Guess I'll play this too. Attack. I think I get 2/2/2s now, don't I? This card is so broken. It is insane how busted this bird is. Alright, well, take 7. Go. I'll draw a card. Alright, I cannot believe we found our way out of this game. Yeah, this is just going to burn them out. So, I'm pretty sure they're dead. Dude, this card is completely unbelievable. How is this a real thing? We just get an extra, like, we just get more and more every time it attacks. It has Flying Haste, Lifelink, and then it can return itself, and you keep the experience counters. What is this card? That is such a dumb Magic card, man. How is this a real card? I guess it's a commander card? That's why. I mean, this is so stupid. It's completely insane. Like, how do you beat this thing if it attacks you, like, twice? Commander cards are designed so poorly. Yeah, you're not wrong. They really should keep them out of cubes. I mean, it's, like, cool to play with them, but this is so broken, man. Like, my opponent drew 5 extra cards this game, and they're probably going to lose. Like, how in the hell? They had the Monarchy starting on turn 2 and had it until, like, turn 8. That's fair, Dragon Lord. Demonic Tutor. Okay, well, they have to beat both my Fiery Confluence and my Bird. And you can do this at instant speed. It's just so insane. I guess they could have a Brotherhood's End here. That'd be pretty good. That's so funny. They're confluencing as well. Now I'm going to confluence them for the game. That's great. 6 you. Alright, well, that was fun. On to the next one. Okay. Baleful Mastery is a good answer to Kroxa. Probably want it. Oust is a good answer to Monkey. I probably want that too. I could bring in my own Kroxa. Yeah, I mean, the matchup will be really grindy. That seems pretty reasonable. I wonder if the artifact mana is just nonsense against my opponent's deck. They have Fiery Confluence, so they can punish it pretty hard. I could just add more lands to my deck and not worry about this fast mana silliness. Evolve Sleeper seems really slow. I think I'm going to cut this. I kind of just want to cut some of the fast mana and just add more lands to my deck. Just naturally hit my land drops and play my spells, but maybe that's bad. I mean, I'm still going to keep Relic because it's just insane, and it bridges me very nicely into the bird. Royal AI, that's funny. I'd cut the Talisman, and then I'd still want to add at least a land to this deck. So I have to cut a spell. I don't love Layla on the draw. I cut Layla, add a basic. It's going to be a plains because of the oust. Kind of like 18 lands here. This is really awkward with Kroxa, though, having this many plains. Yeah, Mentor could be hit or miss, too. That's kind of true as well. If we cut the Mentor for a Noxious... Alright, I'm bringing Mentor back. Screw it. Alright. I think I have to play 4 planes. Like, I have too many double white spells, and I have turn 1 oust. Like, I need planes very quickly. Wall of Omens is going to be very important against this opponent, too. God. Oh, my goodness. It's slow, but if they don't have turn 1 Ragavan, I think it's a fine hand. We could probably do better than this. I guess I just mulligan. It's a little clunky. Jesus, dude. All we need is 1 land, and I have the answer to Monkey. I might actually keep this and just bottom, like, Confluence. Or Sun Titan. I'm actually going to keep this, as wild as this is. I don't know. Sun Titan, I guess I get to shuffle my deck so I can draw this again later. I'm just going to bottom this for now. Just so much frickin' mana. And we know that their deck plays a ton of artifacts. Okay, they didn't turn 1 Monkey me. Dude, come on, deck, please. I play 18 mana sources. Like, what the hell? Right about now, I'm wishing we just would have kept the first one. Frickin' A, dude. So they still can't Monkey me. Brutality. Okay, I mean, that's like not even that great, honestly. They probably take Confluence because it's the best card. This game's going to go on for a while, especially if I draw a land. Really? Okay. That is the best one at keeping me alive if I don't draw a land, so kind of makes sense, dude. Fucking come on, man. So stupid, dude. Give me a break. Dumb as shit. Alright, well. Probably be going to the next game in a moment here. It's 2 games in a row of me just never drawing. What an absolute joke. Oh my god, man. Alright. Well, am I supposed to play 18? Like, I don't think I should play more lands, but I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to. Now that I'm on the play, I'd rather have Layla than this. Like, 18 lands is a lot, but I do have a redraw land, and, like, my deck just wants to hit its land drops. You know, I'm going to play an 18th. I'm not sure what to cut, but I'm going to play 18 in a Relic. That is not happening again. I could, I guess, just not play the Relic, but I think ramping is right. I don't know. Maybe the 18th land is ridiculous. I do have a very high curve, though. Like, Mind Twist, kind of a 4-drop. I have like 2 lands that can draw me cards. I think it's pretty reasonable to play 18. But I really don't know what my cut should be. Maybe the Oust, given that I'm on the play. It could just be the Noxious, too. This might just be a little cute. Yeah, that might be right. Alright, let's cut the Gear Hulk. Let's hope I can't draw that badly 3 games in a row. Dude, this is so ridiculous. I'm going to keep this hand, but I swear to God, if I do not draw a land here, I'm going to lose it. Like, I don't even care if I draw a white source. I don't even need a white source. I just need a frickin' land. I play 18 now. Almost half of my deck is mana. Alright. Mountain, go. At least I can deal with a turn 1 monkey. And I have a Layla. The Shuffler Brutalizer Exarchs me. Yeah, I guess I used up all my luck in the showcase this weekend, huh? Alright, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, God. I appreciate it. Alright, well, we're going to go get Batterskull now. Easy game. Yeah, it's pretty good. Alright, now I'm feeling pretty good. Mox Diamond. Alright, sure. Okay, I'm just going to kill that. That's just dying immediately. Braid. Yeah, no blocks. Yeah, Mizium Mortars this, tap land, 1U. Could put in the Batterskull, but that's just like so bad if they have a way to blow up the Batterskull. Just not even worth it. I could also play my own Laelia, but they're very far behind on resources. Let's just get their thing off the board here. Combat. Attack you. Would I block with it? You might be right. It might not be worth the 1 point. I guess having the option to block is probably worth not dealing them 1 point of damage. It's probably a good call. Probably a good call. The next turn is Laelia attack. Hope to hit a land on it, honestly. Demonic Tutor. Probably gets Collective Brutality here. And then they Brutality maybe 2 modes on the Stoneforge. Maybe just 1 mode. Him to Turok. Okay, could have been worse. I don't even really need the relic, so that's fine. They didn't hit the Batterskull, and the Cake Man can buy back the Laelia. Okay, I'm just going to play a land and put a Batterskull in. Opponent's deck is kind of insane. Beating this will be very nice if we can get through this. I think their deck's a little better than mine, to be honest, but they've got a lot of broken shit over here. Ancient Tomb, Mox, Monkey. We have a lot of broken stuff too, I guess. It's fairly even. Just a classic cube mid-range mirror, but is so awkward. I do Royal AI. I think I have to discard the K command. I think Duretti is, like, way too good. But K command blow up their only red source is kind of unreal, too. And then get... Yeah, maybe that's just better. No, I'm going to get rid of Duretti. Put in a Batter Skull. Oh. Always yield. Okay. I'm gonna K command this. And return this. Royal Al. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I think I do. Isn't that like... I forget exactly what it does. It's like a 4-mana 2/2. It's black, 2 colorless, right? And then I forget what else it does, but I guess I just play this here. Seems fairly elementary. Play this, attack all. It's exactly what a bot would say. That's funny. Attack all, trigger this. Mountain, sure. Play this. Now I can just pick up Batter Skull, so I'm just gonna pass. Nice. Oh, alright. I wonder if the fast mana is actually as bad in my deck. I really don't know. We're gonna keep playing it, but I have no idea if it's even good. I have a feeling I might be boarding out the fast mana for just more lands in a lot of matchups. We'll see, though. There's some matchups where you do want the explosiveness, probably, but it was not in that matchup, I don't think. I think just hitting lands is good. All right. Oh my goodness, man. No red mana. I think we have to mulligan this. Pretty tilting. If we had red, it would be a snap keep. I'm almost tempted to be greedy and keep it anyway, but it's so bad if I don't hit red. It just doesn't do anything, so... Okay. The hand's fine. I guess... I kind of want to get rid of the peatland, as weird as that is. ECD is just a really strong card, and buying back to ready could be good later. I'm just going to do this. I think this makes sense. Could have gotten rid of the wall, too, but... that is really funny. Oh, classic. Turn 1 monkey, again. Well, I guess I'll block it. Everybody has turn 1 Ragavan against me today, apparently. Not me, though. I didn't get a Ragavan. Why would I? God, fuck off, opponent. Can I get a white source, please? Get a wall in the way of this. Oh my god. Well, I'm happy I didn't draw that. That would have been terrible. Okay, that actually could be good. If I draw a land, which we all know I'm going to not draw a land, so I don't even know why I'm talking about drawing a land. But Good news is they're probably curving into Minsk. Yeah, probably. Great news for me. Wonderful news. Love to hear that. Now they get to play my Blood Tithe Harvester. I do get to just deal 2 to the board and blow up their treasure if I find a red or a land at all. Alright, I'm just killing the entire board. 2 damage, blow up treasure. Seems very good. Two of those, and then blow up the treasure, I think. It's possible the blood is worth more, but I think Lotus Petal here is... Wait, what? What? Does that fizzle the spell? Oh my god, dude. I did not know that fizzled the spell at all. Well, that's a punt on my end. I cannot believe that fizzles. That's so stupid. I mean, I get that. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's just wild. Alright. This game is, like, wildly over. No, it really doesn't, but here we are. Alright. That was embarrassing. We're cutting fast mana again. I'm just going to play more lands. I'm probably going to play sweepers against this opponent. It looks like they're probably cold to sweepers, and I'm just going to cut, like, Lelia and Swiftspear. Or Lelia and, I'm just going to cut both my 3-drop creatures. Let's add some basics. That's too many lands. We'll figure it out in a second. I think I want 2 more lands. Swamp into plains. Probably right. Wolf Sleeper's still probably fine. I want the Damnation. I may want the Gear Hulk as well. Oh, I want to keep this. I want to cut this. I kind of want this. I'm not sure. Maybe just the Sleeper goes. It's probably fine. Okay. This is so unbelievable, man. Where are my lands? Why is every hand like this? It's so frickin' stupid, man. Where are my frickin' lands? Fine, like, yeah, sure. I mean, it's insane to me. I'm just gonna bottom the Gear Hulk for now, but maybe I actually, hold on. What if I actually get rid of the Oust? Because I have a Braid to deal with Monkey. Like, this is gonna be really good against their deck. Yeah, I can deal with Monkey. I'm just getting rid of Oust here. Maybe that's dumb, but I think Gear Hulk can do a lot of work, especially with a flipped Fable, so... Alright. Probably killing that. Okay, now it's a good thing to discard because I can ECD it back. Do I just pass? Turn 3 Fable has been known to win some games. I want to kill this, but, like, I know they have Ragavan, too, so I'm, like, kind of tempted to not kill it. Very awkward. A few PTs, yeah. Only 3 of them so far, you know? You would bolt the bird. Yeah, I guess Dash Monkey isn't, like, that terrible. Alright, I'm gonna Fable. won every PT this year. Yeah, it really did. All right. I'm going to pitch Gear Hulk, and that's it. Wow. That is so messed up. God, this is awkward. What is even the play now? I would imagine the play is likely don't discard anything, attack with Shaman, get a treasure, they block, and then Knight's Whisper, try to hit my land drop, and then figure it out from there. I think I would like red mana open. Okay, well, we hit lands, so I can just Gear Hulk this stupid thing next turn. And then we can start cloning Gear Hulk. Then we have easy... We'll be okay. Just needed some frickin' lands. Do have double white because of the treasure, too, which is nice. We could also just Sun's Glory them, depending.
I think an ad is coming.
The sooner we get that going, the better.
Meerkat?
Huh? What?
With YouTube Premium, there are no ads.
Oh, that makes sense.
Get YouTube Premium. All YouTube, no interruptions.
What's a YouTube?
Alright, that is pretty damn good, too. Yeah, provided they don't have removal. I'm really... Okay, well... God, this guy's annoying. Alright, that's fine. I guess. I guess I just Sun's Glory them now. Make them beat this. And then if they can beat this, I can just sweep the table. You'll see in a minute, Kyle, what this does. It's super broken, dude. It's insanely busted. It's a 3/3 flying haste lifelinker. When it attacks, you get an experience counter, and then for every experience counter you have, you get a 2/2 tapped and attacking. And then you can also spend 4 mana and tap one of these tokens to bring this back to the battlefield tapped. It's just completely cracked in half. Yes. Yes. Very, very absurd how good it is. Now, our opponent is in a pretty good spot, so I'm still a little worried, but we have a good hand. We have 3 ringers, so... And the Sylvan Library, like, their life total's a little low because of that hit, so they're not going to be able to get that many cards off it. Thundermaw Hellkite, but it keeps coming back and growing, and it has lifelink. Yep, exactly. It's just busted is what it is. Okay, they lose 4. Sure. Okay. Okay. It's a path? Must be a path. Yeah, it's a path. That's a pretty good way to beat it, I guess. Alright, sure. A path was pretty good, but... do have a very nice follow-up here with the Gear Hulk and an attack for 2. Basic, do we want? I guess another planes. Combat. Let's pressure that life total and make that library a lot worse. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that Confluence can just deal them 6. This is a good point. Alright, Gear Hulk. Question is, which one do I kill here? Likely just the army. I don't really care about the Bowmaster anymore. I'm just gonna hit army. Kill army, gain 2. Go. Sure. Okay. Do your library thing. Yeah, if they pay 4, they die to the Confluence. But they're also, like, in big trouble to the board. If they take 2 from the token, they'll also die. ECD is going to do something at some point. They're eventually going to put a permanent that will die to an ECD into play, I have to imagine. Combat. Attack with both. No pain, no gain? That's right, man. No pain, no gain. What is this? Burst lightning kicked. Opponent, you are pissing me off. Huh. I mean, I feel like I probably attack for 2. That gives them a token. I don't love that. And deals me a damage. Yeah, we're gonna attack. The question is, do I get greedy on the ECD and just play it now? Yeah, probably not. Whatever. I guess I just deal 1 to their board, 4 to their face. Maybe not. Maybe I just do nothing. I guess I just do nothing, but the Bowmaster dealing me damage off these redraws is super frustrating. I think I just need to Confluence, deal 1 to the board, 4 to their face, then they can't use this anymore. Then I can cycle this off, or cycle this, depending. Do this. Go. That's a problem. Gains protection from instants. Okay. Not like this? Yeah, I know. Let's cycle this. Okay, we can kill this. Nice. Nice pro instance opponent. I think I'm supposed to ECD. I really do. I can get the Hulk back in 2 turns. So I think I'm just supposed to, like, fetch Mizzium Mortars. No, I think I need to stop holding this. I think if I hold this, I'm going to lose the game because I was too patient on this card. They have not shown me many hits for this card. Bone Crusher is the only card I've seen in literally 2 games that gets hit by this. They probably play more, obviously. But we have a Noxious Gearhulk, which is a 6/5 menacing thing that when it enters, kills something and gains me life. I think I just need to stop waiting around and stop screwing around and just get this thing into play and get a way to kill them down. Otherwise, we're just going to lose to flooding while they have a library to kind of smooth their draws. Get mortared. Alright, play this. Go. Play another game, I might bring in Kroxa against this opponent too. Okay. I am going to fetch to thin here. Let's just have 1 less land in our deck. And then we're going to pop the Peat land. I guess it's bad lands, it really doesn't matter, but I might want an untapped mana for some reason. Stoneforge would be why I'd want an untapped mana. I'd want 7 mana in that case. Plus popping this, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I want 9 mana. Okay, cool. Pop this off. I'm going to hold this, so if they deal with the Gearhulk, I can then buy it back again. 2 damage could matter at some point. I don't know. What a sick game this has been. Game 1 was garbage, but this game's been nice. Opponent's deck is also very cool. Wall of Omens, not too bad. Let's buy this back. Play this. Just gonna pass, I think. So if they... Okay, they're stomping me. That's fine. Play the Bone Crusher. Maybe put another blocker in the way as well. Or they can kill my Hulk, at which point I'll return it and make them discard. I think they may have a K command here as well. Dismember. Okay. This resolves. I will K command. You will discard your last card. I will return Noxious. Yet again. You discard. Return this. You. I would like my Hulk back. I'll kill your Bone Crusher. That's fair, yeah. I mean, what a weird game. What a weird game. Alright, that's a hell of a draw, too. It's Noxious your thing. Play a Duretti. Plus. Go. Their deck looks fairly soft to Layla, so I think I'm going to bring Layla back in. I'm also going to put Croxa in my deck. If I can expect another game to go like this, I definitely want Croxa. So I'm going to bring in Croxa and Lelia. I like the way they pressure. They get around a lot of their removal. I guess Lelia is an interesting one. It's kind of, it could be mid, but... Alright, ECD might just be bad, although... The card itself is so strong, but, like, they have shown me nothing that this deals with other than Bone Crusher. They've seen so many cards, too. So I think this card just sucks. Just super weird. There are not many Vintage Cube decks where this is not good, but I believe it is bad against what they're doing. So I'm going to cut this. And... one more cut. It may honestly just be the Coalition Relic. I might just actually want to naturally hit my lands in this matchup, but this is really good fixing. It does bridge me really well into 5s and 6s and Mind Twist, so I probably don't cut it. Yeah, that's true. Just a bunch of mana sinks that dodge it. A bunch of really annoying cards that dodge it. Yeah, I don't know what I want to cut here. I think I do want to be 18 lands. I just want to hit lands in this matchup, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Maybe I want to be 17 with a Relic. Thar Commando is kind of whatever. We've seen only Sylvan Library. Having an answer to Library is nice, though. I mean, that card is super annoying, but... It also blocks a monkey. It might be my worst card overall, though. And even though I have a Croxa and 4 planes, I still think I'm okay with playing the Croxa anyway with 4 planes, because, like... I don't plan on buying this back until, like, turn 8, and by then, I should have good enough mana, hopefully, to rebuy it. And I think turn 1 Oust is just so important. I could bring in the Evolve Sleeper to block the monkey, too, but... It's tough. I'm just gonna do this. That's a mulligan. That is a keep. Might just be the Mind Twist, honestly. As weird as that is. I'm probably going to be on the defensive against their deck. Don't think this will do me that much. I'm going to get rid of this. It's a pretty slow end. I'm very worried about this. All right, fortunately they didn't make a play on turn 1. That's helpful. And we drew an Oust. That's also helpful. All right, play this go. Yep. Okay, another white source is pretty good. Go. Bowmaster, maybe? Be a little annoying, but Duretti's pretty good into that. Just like uptick, uptick. I think it's a Bowmaster. Okay. God, that's annoying. Okay. I want to draw like the Fiery Confluence. That'd be pretty darn good. Okay, that can be good later. Dready Uptick feels like a pretty bad play. I do get to Sun Titan it back in multiple turns though, so maybe it's acceptable. It like forces them to probably attack it. I could just oust the Spellbinder, but then they get to Spellbind me again in 2 turns, which is just like so bad. So I really don't know. Well, now I can't cast the Duretti anyway because I played the wrong land. That was a bit poor. But I do think Duretti here is terrible. I guess I'm just going to oust this. Because I just need to buy some time. That card is so damn annoying. Opponent's deck is freaking wild. They're like a 5-color creature deck with a super low curve. Just a very strange build. I'm not necessarily saying it's bad, it's just odd. Alright, so they fetch away the binder. That's kind of nice. No binder. We'll see what crazy 4-drop they're going to put into play. Okay. Sword of Fire and Ice. Okay. Oh, Mizzium Mortars could be really good. They just leave up Emperor here. Can't wait to miss my land drop next turn. I'm super excited. Also just a ready uptick, but that doesn't really get me anywhere against the sword. They just leave up Emperor. Go ahead. I don't imagine they're playing counter spells. It seems really unlikely. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the idea. Like, if I hit a land, I'm in great shape. Obviously, I have to hit a land, but... Jesus frickin' A, man. Ren, too? What is their deck? Their deck is so bizarre. It's such a strange build. Okay. I'll eat that. Alright. I have to frickin' kill this with the Mizzium Mortars, which is disgusting, but I need to kill this with Mortars and then play this and draw a card. Wall and put a counter on it? But then they kill my Wanderer. I can't do that. The draw would kill my Wanderer. Like, this is heinous, but I just have to kill this stupid thing. Hey, thanks. Thanks, Mac. I appreciate that, man. Alright, let's play this, and we'll put a counter on it. Alright, that was a great time to draw Blackcleave Cliffs. If I'm ever going to draw Blackcleave Cliffs, that is the time. Alright, let's build a giant wall to get in the way of this sword, I guess. This Ren is going to be a real pain in my ass, but I don't know, maybe we can handle it. See what happens. Kind of expect like Stomp here, play Bone Crusher. I don't even know what they picked up. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, Stomp. Oh, okay. Not a Stomp. Oh my god, dude. Teferi? I love that I cut my ECD, by the way, and now we just see 2 cards we haven't seen in 2 games. Just insanely effective cards, too. Sword and Teferi. Teferi, specifically, is like, come on, man. Can this thing blow up walkers? No, it's only artifacts and creatures. My mana can't actually cast both these cards. It's pretty awkward. They clearly don't have Stomp or Burst Lightning, or they would have killed my Emperor already. I think I just play... God, man. Duretti is, like, not even very good. Not very good at all. Alright, let's do this. I think I have to pressure. I could leave... Yeah, K-Command's just not good enough yet either. I just have to do this. I don't know, this is, like, pretty disgustingly bad as well, but I'm going to put a counter on it to get it out of 2 damage spell range. Go. This also pressures the walkers better, I guess. Blood away to ready. Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, I turned it off in time. Did it land? I think you're definitely right. Okay, a Braid is, like, kind of real, I guess. Can blow up the sword at least. Could blow up a Hex Drinker. Yeah, Sun Titan Duretti could be really real. Just another card that I'm going to wish I wouldn't have cut ECD. It's going to play some sick 4-drop now. This is so unbelievable, dude. What the hell, man? My opponent didn't play any of these cards in 2 games. They saw 20 cards last game. They didn't see any of these 3. Oh my god, man. Their deck just has a bunch of ECD targets. It's so frustrating. I cannot believe this. Oh my goodness. Armageddon. I don't even know if Armageddon is... it's probably good. They have a Ren. Okay, they can't do it, I guess. Untap 2 lands. That's fine, I guess. I have to try and kill the Chandra. That is probably step 1. It's so nonsense, dude. Their deck is such nonsense. Like, it's a really good deck. It's a pile of good cards, but where's your cam emote? Yeah, we've got to put that on here. That's a good point. I mean, I think this game is super unwinnable. They just have 3 Planeswalkers going nuts. I think I'm good to move on. Yeah. I mean, that's what it is. It's just definitely, it's just all the best cards they could. I mean, it was every card they played was good. So like, it's not really a bad deck. It's just a really weird amalgamation of cards. Kind of frustrating I didn't get to play a game 1, but what can you do? I'm just particularly annoyed that we might not have even drawn the ECD. Like, who knows if we drew the card we were playing. But what a tilt, man. We, like, cut ECD and then they just play a bunch of Planeswalkers. Like, what the hell, man? Keeping this. Probably just want to hit my lands, so I think I'm just going to play this. Go ahead. Hopefully we can get to 2-1 here. That loss was unfortunate, but... Alright, I'm going to fetch then. I think I've got both duels in my hand. I guess there's a Godless Shrine, but... I don't really want to shock, so I think I just get a Plains, probably. And play Stoneforge. Get the Batter Skull. Go ahead. Not too bad. Pass. Batter Skull down. Shapeless Query, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. Could play this. Hitting lands is probably fine, though. Do this. Combat. Attack. Five. Okay, go ahead. Sure. Given that our last opponent had Bowmaster and Monkey, maybe I should have brought Ren in against them. The funny thing is, though, Ren doesn't even line up very well against Bowmaster, honestly, especially on the draw. You play Ren, you plus, they go Bowmaster, shoot it, attack it for 2, and then it's at 1. And then you can ping off the Bowmaster, but you lose your Ren, and they still are left behind with a 1-1. It's, like, kind of awkward. Alright, well, jeez, dude. I'm gonna play the Pete land now. Combat. Well, I'm a little sad I played this tri-land on turn 1 now. This is the game where I only have 16 lands in my deck, too, which is a little annoying, but whatever. I mean, there's still this getting beat right now by a Batter Skull Stoneforge Mystic, so at some point you have to assume they'll do something. I assume they're going to, like, Deluge here, probably. Otawara. I guess I just shouldn't have attacked with the Stoneforge. Yeah, attacking with Stoneforge was weak. Ran Dynamo, sure. Probably should have responded to the Dynamo by picking this up. Could pop this, but I think I have good uses for my mana now, so I'm going to wait. Okay. I guess they can't really counter this anyway, but Mana Tide's a thing. Okay, let's K command. Destroy target artifact, you discard. Could just abrade it, I guess, too. I think I like making them discard, though. Alright, blow that up. You discard. Take our little 2-for-1. Alright, Mox Opal gone. Got it. I guess I just play a black cleave and then we'll cheat in the Batter Skull again. Curious what in the world is in my opponent's hand. Alright, they're just conceding. I mean, they have a lot of artifacts, so any more disenchant stuff? I mean, I feel like they're probably a control-y pile. I probably want a Baleful, deals with walkers. I might bring in Kroxa. I might even bring in Ren here. I feel like things are going to be pretty slow. I cut the Mana Vault. I'm going to cut the Talisman. I'm going to probably cut the Mortars. I'm going to bring in the Ren. Even Voice of Resurgence is, like, weirdly interesting. Wall of Omens is probably a little mid. It is a redraw, but kind of a weak card. We've got 5 green sources for Ren. I think that is enough into like some weird grindy pile like this. I think this is where we're going to go with this. Alright, let's do this. I'm going to keep the Evolved Sleeper. I think it's still pretty good. No red mana is awkward, but got a lot of red sources. Have a Mind Twist. So any land is like pretty good. I'm really tempted to keep this on the draw, honestly. I do kind of have to draw red for this hand to function, but if I do, it's just so good. Whatever. I'm going to keep it. It's certainly dangerous, but I think it has very, very high upside. Okay, that's honestly, like, if I wasn't going to draw a land, that's really good. I'd rather draw that than a land because it's a thing I can do on turn 2. They can also blow up their artifacts. Okay. That's pretty annoying. Go. Maybe the attack was solemn. Nice, so now I get to flash in the Cathar, hit him for 3. They can never untap the Mana Vault, assuming this resolves, of course. Okay, very good draw there. Combat, attack for 3. I believe I just play Fable. Could also cast Kroxa and then blow up their vault if they untap it. It's like also kind of real, but I think it's just Fable here. Fable into a counter kind of sucks, but I think if they had a counter, they would have countered the Commando. Could have like Force Negation, I guess. Okay, they don't. All right, go ahead. Otawara, the Mana Vault. Okay. It's kind of annoying. Yeah. Got a Baleful Master. Oh, that's pretty annoying. Draw 2. Yeah. Now, the good news is I can just Mind Twist their hand away. Talisman, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be Mind Twisting their hand away. Well, now it's an easy Mind Twist. Okay, maybe not so easy. Saheeli. Jesus. Alright, what a... Okay. Yet again, what a strange deck our opponent seems to be playing over there. Stoneforge is kind of sweet. I'm going to pitch Kroxa for sure. I guess Mind Twist sucks now. They don't have a hand. So, Kroxa Mind Twist, pretty easy pitches here. Okay. Okay, let's see. So... And I can just, like, blow up all their mana with Fiery Confluence this turn. That seems pretty good. Just blow up Mightstone, blow up Vault, blow up Talisman. Can also ECD down the Saheeli. ECDing Saheeli seems potentially real. Really don't like them drawing a card off this either. We have a lot of plays we can make. It's a tough one. I could also just like Baleful Mastery off something. Could Baleful to Solemn. So then they don't draw a card. Then I get a good attack on the Saheeli. That actually might be the best play, as weird as that is. I kind of like that. Just don't let them acquire any more cards. Attack this into Saheeli. Trigger, get a treasure, so I'm still netting mana, and then I could still Cathar Commando blow something up if I wanted to. Feels pretty good. Okay, so they're going to untap the Vault. Yep. Feeling pretty good right about now. The Confluence can just nuke their 3 artifacts that produce mana. We can blow up all their mana. Seems pretty good. Okay, that's also disgusting, especially with a Fable. Holy moly. Alright, combat, attack your Saheeli with Goblin. That is going to be step 1. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I just Confluence and blow up all their mana. I have to imagine that makes sense. And then I can still Stoneforge them too. I guess, like, if they have a counter, I'd rather Stoneforge get countered. So I think I'm going to Stoneforge first here. I guess they could have, like, Miscalc or something, but they probably would have cycled that. Whatever, I'll cast this. Destroy target artifact, destroy target artifact. Cast this, this, this. Blow them up. Okay. Now I'm gonna probably just play a Stoneforge. And get the Batter Skull. Okay. Yo. Well, I'm feeling very good now. Okay. What is this? Armageddon? That wouldn't do anything. Are they just gonna Armageddon? I mean, that doesn't do anything. It just doesn't matter at all. Balance? Dude, come on, man. At least I get to keep a creature. That is so troll. It's not even good is the funny thing. I'm just gonna keep the Shaman. To go to no cards. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I just keep Goblin Shaman and just keep punching them. That's a really strange combo. I haven't seen that yet, but Zurin Orb and Balance is pretty wild. That is pretty insane. Alright, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun. Modern Prelim was cool today. The Boros Ring deck was sweet. I think, honestly, we're going to try an Is It Ring deck at some point, where we play 4 Flame of Nor, 4 Rings, 4 Ragavans, maybe like 4 Snapcaster Mage, 2 or 3 Flame Slash, something like that. Maybe a few Mutavaults. We're going to take this like Wizard package and we're going to throw it in a Ring Fable deck. Probably still playing Fury. Maybe slip out the back to have like a little scam element to it. I don't know. We'll have to... That's probably going to be the next thing I do. Maybe on Thursday that'll be what we play in the Prelim, or the Golgari Ring deck. But I'm just going to keep playing Ring mid-range decks. They're super fun. I find them interesting. They're cool to build. So that's what we'll be doing Thursday. Tomorrow, we're going to play Pioneer, the Prelim, at 10 a.m. I'll be playing Joe Bernal's green-black Karn deck that he won an RCQ with this weekend. It's basically a mid-range deck that ramps into Karn the Great Creator. Looked pretty cool, though. And then we'll see what we do for the rest of the day tomorrow. Maybe we'll do more Cube, but we'll see what people want to see. That being said, let's go ahead and move on over here. Do a raid of Mr. Jarvis. Let's hit up Jarvis U. Oh, he's doing a Legacy Showcase review. Nah, let's hit up Doomwake. He's playing Tron and Modern. Also not the most exciting, I'm not going to lie, but we'll still pass everybody over there. Alright, guys. We'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your day, and we'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Oh, interesting. Do I have to... Did he change his settings so I have to spend points on his channel to raid now? That's kind of what it's looking like. Interesting. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Might hit someone else. up with a raid then. Whatever, we will hit Jarvis. All right, everyone. We will catch you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. See you later.